Hey guys. All right. Sorry I'm a minute late. I don't fully have my shit together yet. I kind of decided to do this last minute. So, I hope that you guys are doing well. And thanks for hanging out. I'm just gonna cleanse the decks that I'm going to use and let some people come in. Let me know if you can see and hear me. You guys are all doing really well, and I guess I'll just go over the things, all the things, or the few things. There's not that many things with my channel that you might need to know. Beloved! Hi baby cakes, how are you? I'm glad you can make this one. You were missed in the last live. So I don't read for any particular placement, so that means that I will just be picking up on the energy that you are most feeling yourself whenever you watch a reading. So you have to intuitively tap in and feel what energy you are most resonating with, because it could be any part of your chart, okay? So you could watch for your sun, moon, rising, Venus, Mars. You can watch for anything, a stellium, whatever you want, darling. Just trust your intuition, okay? You can also cross-watch for the person that you're interested in, and the roles might be reversed between the two of you. So just switch the story, make it backwards if that's how it's coming through for you. Since it's not like a one-on-one personal reading, it will resonate with people different ways a little bit, okay? Nasty cramps. No, nasty cramps are the worst. I'm always like completely laid out for one day a month. I'm just like, nothing can save me. Why did I pick this life? God, why'd you do it? Why'd you do this to people with uteruses? Why? But I hope that you're feeling better. I'm doing good. Okay, let me focus and get these decks a little cleansed for a moment. Is there anything else I need to say while I do that, though? Don't take any reading that does not resonate with you, okay? So if, like, you hear the reading and you're like, this is kind of grating on me, or, like, this is pissing me off, something's not, that just means it's not totally resonant with your truth. So either you should watch the reading, but just take the parts that feel right to you and ignore the rest, or it's just not your reading, so check your other placements, okay? Or it's a message that you don't want to hear, but it is true. And we all have that sometimes, okay? Let's just be honest. We all have it. So if you're in that energy and you're just like, I don't want to hear the truth, I want to hear what I want to hear, that's okay. I still love you, and I've been there. But just don't take it out on me, please, because I love you, okay? All right. There is information. Okay, this thing's really going to town. There's information in the info box on how to contact me on social media. There's a new Instagram account that I just started for the channels, because I have 2 channels, and the other one is linked on my main page if you don't know about it. You can also find information on how to book me for a private reading and stuff like that, okay? Okay. We're going to start with Aries, and we're going to go straight through the zodiac all the way to Pisces at the end. Okay. So we're starting with my little grenades. My sexy little grenades. Where are you at? Are my Aries in the house? Okay, let's see. Let's figure out what is going on. So in this reading, I am going to look at, I don't think I said this before. I'm going to look at 3 different truths, which they say that for every situation, there are 3 truths. Your truth, my truth, and then the actual truth. Just meaning that we're always going to see things from our side of things, right? And have our own experience. So that's what we're going to look at and compare and contrast and see if anyone is like completely out of line, or if everyone's basically on the same page in how they understand things. And then we'll look at what Spirit has to say with the objective truth, or the as objective as it can get, because it's still coming through me as a vessel. So I'll do my best, but the like 95% at least unbiased truth we'll also look at. Okay. What does Aries need to know, Spirit? Let's tap into Aries. Just give me a second to ground. Aries energy. Aries and the person that they are inquiring about. What do they need to know? This reading is also timeless, so feel free to watch it whenever. Whenever you find it, whenever you feel drawn to it, that's fine. Can you help me speak on the truth here for Aries and this person? Aries, what the fuck is this? If I might so politely ask. WTF is this? What is this? What are the two of you doing? Let me pull an oracle card. Make it make sense, Spirit. Okay. Yes, I'm channeling a J. Cole song. I don't know exactly what one it is, but he says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. So there's something here where I don't feel like you and this person... Here, hold on. Let me timestamp before I forget. Okay. What's up, Aries? Your message. It already started channeling through, so if you want, just go back a little tiny bit. But I feel like there's something with you and this person where you've both been bitten, you've both been like stung before, so to speak. And it's like a classic case of getting in your own way in your mind, and I feel you're both doing this to some degree, and it's because there's fear and a slight bit of uncertainty and insecurity, and it's not necessarily in yourselves. It's just in, I feel like there's things you thought you were certain about in the past, maybe with this person and other people. I feel like it extends beyond your experience with just this person, honestly. And now it's like then a good thing comes in and you're like, is it a good thing though? Is it? Prove it first though. And it kind of can wreck a good thing a little bit. And I don't think it's wrecked, but let me just get into it. So your truth is the Queen of Cups in reverse, okay? Keep in mind this could be reversed. Queen of Cups in reverse. Okay. Hey, Sheila. What's up, baby? Actually, no. Okay, there's more I want to say on the whole thing because I feel like there's messages about all this. So your truth is the Queen of Cups in reverse. Your person is Death in reverse. And then the ultimate truth is the Ten of Pentacles. I'm going to lay this out big picture, and maybe this is a message for the two of you as well. Maybe you're very focused on the details of something, and it's like, shut the fuck up, you know, and there's just so much noise in your head, and you're just like, I cannot even see the truth if it was like, right, if it was slapping me in the face. and it's just because you've gone over it so many times in your head that you've created all this noise, right? There's something about needing to look at it, zoom out and see the big picture and what is ultimately important. What will be important 10 years from now? And what is just important today because you're pissed about it or something like that. But yeah. Then your advice is the Page of Swords, which is opening up, being curious, communicating, and letting things be like light and airy. It's like Gemini energy. It's like, let's just have fun. Let's just explore. And at the bottom of the deck is the Knight of Wands and the Seven of Cups in reverse with the Lovers, okay? So there's something here where the two of you both feel the same way, like the exact same way. You might be feeling these emotions like in your own personal ways, but like you are on the same page in terms of how you feel. And there's a lot of physical attraction, there's a lot of desire, there's also complete emotional clarity, and neither of you have other options for the Aries that I'm talking to. You are both like sure that you are into just that person, and it's because you're the Lovers. So why is the card underneath that one the Eight of Cups? Which is the card of walking away and being disappointed. That's why I was like, I'm going to have to give Aries and their person a slight talking to, because why? You guys have both been disappointed before, though, and I feel like you care about each other a genuine amount and a deep enough amount that you're kind of like, I don't know. You know when you want something so bad, you like, if you get even a hint of it not being for you, you're like, okay, I better not go for it, because I would really destroy myself if I were to put myself out on the limb and then be really disappointed. I feel like in reality, you're just as disappointed either way because you don't get the thing. It's just like one way you actually put yourself out there and the other way you didn't. But I think our ego just tells us, you know, just walk away instead. Like, you're not going to get what you want kind of thing, as maybe a safety net a bit. But there are some things I want to clarify. So with the Queen of Cups in reverse being your truth, Aries truth, the Queen of Cups in reverse, you feel a little depleted emotionally. The Knight of Swords, because you're very in your head. The Knight of Cups and the Two of Pentacles in reverse, though, it's your heart is on your sleeve, and I feel like you've decided how you feel. Again, there's emotional clarity for both you and this person, but there's still some resistance despite that. So you know how you feel, you know you're invested, but you don't feel like there's an opportunity for some reason. And although you don't feel like there's an opportunity to some degree, you still are pouring love and emotion into this because you still feel the way you feel. But I feel like you're also like over intellectualizing or overthinking it. And so you're confusing yourself a little bit, or not so much confusing, but depleting, maybe confusing as well. But I don't see this Queen of Cups in reverse as like a loss of love at all. I feel like it's just giving to something but not knowing that it's reciprocated, or giving to something that feels kind of like unstable in a way. You're giving to something that you do care about, but maybe it's just the overthinking that is depleting you. But one way or another. Death in reverse for your person. Your person's truth. Well, they feel like something's not changing or shifting. They might feel like something isn't over, though. It's like it's not dead. It's only a flesh wound, is what I feel. That's what this person, they're like, all right, it hasn't been optimal. I'll give it that. It hasn't been perfect. It could be better. So you could have had a rocky start with this person, but they're like, it's also still got a pulse. It has a pulse, and they can still feel the pulse. There's still beauty in this situation. Tell me more about death in reverse, though. They're like, it's shaky, but it's still breathing. This person. What an optimist. No, I'm just kidding. The strength in reverse. Yeah, they're like, it's still there. It just feels weak. It just doesn't feel like it's at its full strength. But I feel like this person knows that that's because there's been a lack of full commitment. So I feel like that, whether that's on their behalf only or both of your behalves, there's been something that there hasn't been like a full-on investment of the full amount of energy that you both could have given to this thing, or commitment maybe. It could have been that just one of you was committed and the other was not fully, or that they sensed that both of you were kind of not all in. But yeah, they feel like they're like, it's still here. I'm still being optimistic. They also still care very deeply about you. They see a lot of beauty in the situation and a lot of potential, but they're just like, it's in a bit of a bruised situation currently. Okay, the Ten of Pentacles for the overall truth, though. The Ten of Pentacles is like legacy energy, you know? It's someone you can build your family with, have a really comfortable and fulfilling life with, honestly, and a stable life. With the Ten of Pentacles, it's solid, it's stable, it's not gonna break down, need repairs. It's like you'll be able to work through things together, be on the same page. Especially in your pursuits and your goals and dreams, you'll be able to support and hold one another up through tough times. The Ten of Pentacles is something that lasts. So you could have children with this person. This is the truth of the potential between the two of you. You could be very abundant with this person too. You might end up like working together or something like that. Making money together. It's the Lovers again. Spirit's like, just in case you forgot that from before. The truth is the Ten of Pentacles and the Lovers. Just get a good look. Because there is some doubt here. You know, and I'm joking, but I understand this. But it is ultimately a projection onto one another that's being made out of fear and anxiety. You've both been acting out of a place where you haven't had peace of mind. So it's been a little bit erratic or choppy or confusing. I feel like there's maybe been misunderstandings, but it's like the love has not fully connected between you. It's like I'm seeing in my mind a vision of things like firing off, like pew, pew, pew. You guys are firing your love at each other, but it's on different frequencies or levels, so it's not connecting. So it's almost like you're not feeling it, but it's there. Or there might be times when you connect with it, but then other times when you're like really in your head that you're missing it, or something like that is what I'm getting. It's happening for both of you though. So there needs to just be communication, the Page of Swords. And I feel like specifically communication about the way that life has disappointed you guys in the past will help you make sense of this. Because the Oracle card that came out with the Page of Swords is this one. Here. Right? Where it's this guy and he's like feeling meh, and then he's like, hey, I'm starting to feel happy. And life comes in and is like, no. And then he gets sad. And this is the energy of someone who's been fucked up before. They're hesitant to let joy in again, to be optimistic again, because they feel like every time, right when they start doing that, life comes in and fucks something up and is like, no. Now you're going to have another trial, another tribulation, another heartbreak, more character development. And it's like, this isn't that though. There just needs to be some communication between you two so that you better understand, I feel like, where one another is coming from and what the two of you truly want. Because if you want to build something that is about like a lush, abundant, and loving life, if that's the goal, you got all the parts to make it happen. You just have to connect with one another. You just have to put the pieces together, is what I feel for that, okay? My lips are dry. That's what I've got for you, Aries, about this truth. So we're going to move on to Taurus. All right. Let's see what's going on. Taurus. I think the stampede must have started because I hear loud music and shenanigans on a Monday. Or it's, never mind, it's also Canada Day. It's July 1st. I'm a bad Canadian. Who forgot? I guess I forgot. All right, let's see. Taurus. What's going on, Taurus? Why is it showing glitchy for me? Am I glitching? Am I glitching? Or really slow? Or is this just showing this on my laptop? They do launch fireworks, I'm pretty sure. Usually. I think it's not till a little later though. It's laggy. Yeah, I can see that on mine. Why is it doing that? Oh, it looks like it's normal now. Okay, weird. Hold on one second. Weird. Okay. Okay. I think it just was weird for a second there, but I definitely saw that and was like, uh-oh, that doesn't look good. Okay, Taurus. What's going on, Taurus? Taurus. And if you're new here, it's good to have you. There's been a little like influx of newbies coming in, so thanks for being here. And I'm Lisa, and it's lovely to meet you. All right, Taurus. Taurus. Okay, what does Taurus need to know about their person? And the truth of the matter here. What does Taurus need to know? The army, I know. The army of lovers here to take over the world. Let's see. Taurus. Okay. 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 I see what's happening here. Let's see. Let's get an oracle card and get into it. Hey, Taurus. All right, I hope you guys are doing extremely well. And let's see what's going on here about this truth, or the truths from everyone's angle here. So, put this pen here. Okay. So your truth is the Hanged Man in reverse. Their truth is the Sun in reverse. And then the ultimate truth is the Five of Wands in reverse. What's up, Alexandra? Yeah, Alexandra. What's up, babes? That's the kind of army the world needs, hey? Okay, so there's Neptunian energy. There's the energy of the Sun here as well. So Leo and Pisces connected. The Hanged Man in reverse. Your truth is that you feel like there's something bigger about the situation that someone is not seeing. Is it you that feels like you're not able to see something about the situation, or do you feel like your person isn't seeing something about it? You feel like something's being overlooked or missed, or maybe like the situation is being looked at in like a very limited or restrictive kind of way. The Eight of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse. Ace of Wands in reverse, Three of Wands in reverse, Page of Swords in reverse. Honestly, you could feel like this is someone that is... you could feel like the energy moves very quickly between you and this person, but it's very erratic and kind of careless and kind of just like here, there, and everywhere. No real rhyme or reason or like strong, solid, set, mutual intention. One of you is coming out as the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. One's the Queen of Cups in reverse. It's like when the two of you come together, you feel like you trigger each other's insecurities in some way. One of you is struggling more to regulate their emotions and to be emotionally available and open. And the other person is struggling with maybe like body image stuff or stuff about their physical security. So how they're viewed and perceived in relationships when they start integrating their life with someone else, or their money situation or their job or something like that, their housing. But it's like whenever the two of you come together, you feel like the egos take over, people get triggered, and like the dumbest parts of the two of you come together and try to talk essentially, and like you get nowhere. You don't see. It's like you're not able to transcend and see what is actually important, is kind of how you feel about this. So you kind of feel like what actually matters gets missed essentially with the Hanged Man in reverse. And confusion takes over, illusion takes over. Neptunian energy in reverse is like, what is life? But you could also feel like this is abundant, like very clear to you when you're removed from the situation, but you might feel like when you're in it, it's confusing as fuck. The Sun in reverse is your person's energy. Well, I'm hearing that. Is that Adele? Yeah. I'm hearing Rolling in the Deep when she's like, we could have had it all. I can't do her fucking powerhouse voice, but I was hearing that part where she said we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep. Oh, man. The Two of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Eight of Cups. Well, why are you walking away then? Oh my God. Well, this person is The Ten of Cups in reverse. This person's heart, like, legitimately, man, they feel like the sun went down and it's just phasing into post-apocalyptic life now. It's like they don't feel like the sun is coming back. And I'm not even trying to be dramatic, although this is Leo energy, so this person might be being slightly dramatic, but they're also someone who feels a large amount. There's a lot of cups here. I saw the 10, and then there's the 8 and the 2 here, so 10, 10. Something huge could be closing out for this person, or maybe for both of you at this time. But for some reason, they're walking away from everything that they want. And it's because they feel like what they want has already been taken from them in some way. The sun in reverse, it's like they lost hope, or they're no longer seeing things clearly. It doesn't feel like abundant ground where they can plant seeds and watch something grow. Or they feel like the innocence has been stolen out of the situation and there's no coming back from that. But this is how the cards look on the table. Everything they want, them walking away. Why? I feel like it's because they were deeply disappointed and hurt, but like there's been some conflict and chaos between the two of you. There's been something that has not been working. So why is the truth, the ultimate truth, the 5 of Wands in reverse? Let there be peace. Let there be light. Let there be light actually really applies to both of these cards turning in the upright, because light as in like perspective, transcending above the bullshit and turning on the light and actually being able to see, like light as in truth, and then light as in warmth. I feel like Spirit is really saying, hello? Hello? It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this hard. It doesn't have to be this chaotic. It's unnecessary because I'm hearing a misunderstanding. The 4 of Pentacles in reverse. Let it go. Something needs to be released. The Moon, the World, the Star in reverse. Unhealed wounds between the two of you might be closing out right now, like independently. This is something karmic with the World and the Moon. It feels pretty deep, like some deep fears that you both have. You could be closing those out right now. And I feel like what Spirit is saying is that when you come back together, don't anticipate there being drama or it being hard. Don't go into it defensive. Essentially, like, leave the past at the door. If you reapproach this with this person, let the peace take over. Let the past go. Like, almost don't even consider it, unless this person was like terrible to you, abusive in some sort of way, something like that, right? But I'm talking about like if it was just like petty fights, triggers, and just stuff that you're working through now and gaining perspective on now, then don't bring that into things when you reconnect with this person. It would defeat the purpose, is what I'm hearing, of the work that you're doing now. It would like re-infuse it into the situation, which you don't want to do. This connection, it has to move at its own speed. It's like there's a speed limit on this connection. I don't know how to explain it better than that, but there feels like there's a speed limit here. Source has put a speed limit on your connection with this person. And there's a reason why you're supposed to move slow. It's supposed to feel easy. I feel like the signifier for you, how you'll know when it's the right time for this to come together, is Oh, Luna wants in from the patio. I think I didn't see her sitting there. She's just staring at me through the patio door. I'll do it when I'm done your reading. It needs to feel easy. It's supposed to flow. It's supposed to feel effortless, because when the two of you come together and you're both on each other's level or in each other's vibration, when you're calibrated and aligned, it should just feel effortless, is what Spirit is saying. You're not on the Autobahn, no, unfortunately. Because there is something where you both want each other quite a bit. You feel kind of right on the edge of it. Like, both of these cards have something to do with, like, be careful because you're near the edge, literally, right? There is no honest way to explain it, because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who've gone over. A quote by Hunter S. Thompson, amazingly talented journalist. And then, darling, I want you, but not so fast. And there's the edge of the road going down the mountain. So there's something here about, you're both very aware that there's a sharp edge. And you don't want to lose each other, but you're wary of going too fast. And there is a reason for that. And it's almost like Spirit is helping you regulate the speed of this connection. So there does need to be some trust here, in both yourself, the other person, and Spirit. I feel like this is co-signed by Spirit, or it's backed by Spirit. Like, if the two of you put the work in, could be good. The Eight of Pentacles. Why am I struggling to talk? Is your advice in reverse. Again, I feel like it's like, don't strive. Don't stress. Don't freak out about it. Just let it happen. It's like it's not that there's not work to do, but I feel like right now it's more on yourselves. And then when you naturally align, you'll come together. It's not something you need to wait for. It's not something you need to look for, to stress. Like, is it on the horizon? This is like if you're waiting for a package and you check your mail like 30 times a day, you know? It's like, it's coming. The order was received. It's on its way. You can just breathe and relax until it comes. There's something about, like, rushing it would ruin it, because there's still cycles closing out, karmic cycles, the world again, things that need to be cut out, and this won't really work until they are. Things that need to be cut out, the Queen of Swords in reverse. What needs to be cut out? The Knight of Cups in reverse, the Knight of Swords in reverse, the Six of Cups in reverse. Just past bullshit that you've dealt with, past fuckery. And it's so Spirit is saying this is not necessarily people that you've dealt with in the past, that kind of fuckery, but like your own fuckery from the past. Because I'm seeing this as the two of you could be very stubborn people, very strong-willed people. You see how these horses are coming together to butt heads because these knights are both in reverse? One of them would be you and one would be the other. One of you, very strong-minded, stuck in your mind somehow. It's like if you don't understand it completely, then you feel like you can't move forwards. If you don't have the answer, if you don't have it like analytically broken down, this is like Virgo energy in its shadow, I feel like. With the Knight of Cups in reverse, this is like something emotional. It could be a commitment fear, or someone's still healing from some sort of trauma and they need to kind of get realigned with themselves emotionally so that they can offer a part of themselves. You know, there's something like that here, is what I'm seeing. So again, you'll know when it's meant to be, when it just is kind of working naturally. This should be like a machine that kind of runs itself. The two of you will just sink into each other, sync up with each other, align, and it will be easy. You'll just be in the same stream, like both jumping into the same river and getting carried away with it. That's what I'm seeing. Okay? So trust it, but also work on your own stuff. Oh, I left the door open a little bit so she can come in. Okay. Ugh. It's behind. The door is behind my lamp, so I wasn't seeing that. I left it open a little bit because I am smart. Okay. We're going on to Gemini. Gemini. Where are my Gemini babies at? Gemini fam. I have a Gemini moon. If other Gemini moons haven't already picked up, which they usually do, because we always know each other as Gemini moons. Okay. Gemini. What's going on? Probably. She's crazy like that. Okay, Gemini energy. Gemini and the person that they are inquiring about or need to know the truth about. What's going on with Gemini? He's out there. Put this down so I can lean back a little. Lean back. All right. What does Gemini need to know? Let's see. Tell me about Gemini. Okay, interesting. It's quite interesting. Let's see. Okay. Hey Gemini. What is up, my loves? So, the truths about this situation. Okay, your truth is the Six of Pentacles in reverse. So I'm going to look at both your person's and yours at the same time because they're connected here, or they are parallel a little bit. So yours is the Six of Pentacles in reverse, and your person's truth is the Ace of Cups in reverse. And then I pulled an oracle card to clarify for each of these, because they can mean a lot on their own. And what you got with yours is this quote by Maya Angelou, which is, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. Which we love. Mantras to live by a very wise woman. And then their truth came out clarified by this quote by Morgan Harper. I cannot see Nichols. I can't see her last name. And it says, I will be okay. I will be okay even before everything falls into place. So it's interesting because there's definitely some parallels here with these two quotes. They're kind of similar. What's up, bestie? They're kind of similar, right? They're both saying at least something that has a similar tone to it. And it is essentially, just take it easy. Just do the best you can do and know that everything's going to be all right. And, you know, at any part of the process. Because
when you know better, then just do better with what you know. But until then, just understand that you are doing the best that you can right now. That's the best that any of us are doing, unless you're actively holding yourself back, right? But there's something that's falling into place still and has not completely either it's like something that you've invested into that you haven't gotten anything back from, or it hasn't been completely reciprocated. And so there might be a little bit of an insecurity surrounding it on your behalf. And you might be saying, like, I'm not doing better, or I'm not doing enough, I'm not doing well. I think you're being hard on yourself. And you and your person are both doing this in their own way, because there's something falling together that hasn't quite fallen into place for them, right? They're in this even before energy, and they're also being hard on themselves about the situation. They are like, I'm not okay because this hasn't fallen into place yet. This could be between you and them. It is the Ace of Cups in reverse. But there's something in their life that they're very emotionally connected to, and it hasn't fallen together yet, and they don't feel okay about it. They're being hard on themselves and struggling to love themselves, I feel like, independently without this thing. And then you're kind of doing the same thing, but I feel like what theirs is more emotional and yours is slightly more physical. Yeah. So the ultimate truth between you guys is the Page of Cups. Well, there's the desire for emotional expression and light, like playful expression, but expression that definitely comes from the heart, from a pure place. Communication that you don't have to question. It's like disarmed communication. This path is available for the two of you, but you have to pick it. And the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. I don't feel like it's time to go all in on this just yet. Because again, there are things that are falling into place for both you and this person right now that we already talked about, and they're making you feel some kind of way. I feel like there's a lesson here from Spirit about these things that are triggering you or making you talk poorly to yourself or see yourself in a questionable light at this time. Keep in mind that for you, Gemini, with Jupiter expanding everything in your sign, the places your mind goes are going to be really amplified. So just be careful. Be aware of the thoughts that you're thinking, because it will be easier for them to spin out of control now. It's like they're on steroids, okay? No roid rage for you. So just don't go to those crazy places in your mind, or if you do, then limit the time you spend there. Yeah, because there's the Wheel of Fortune in reverse with the Seven of Wands in reverse. These defenses are being removed from the two of you. There's a defensiveness that would come from you feeling like you're not good enough, and there would be a defensiveness from this person feeling like they're not okay until everything is like in its perfect place. And that's what you're working through right now. But the Lovers and the Hierophant under that, I feel like there will be a commitment and a coming together between you and this person. There's a transformation taking place in between the two of you right now, though. It's like you're both, like I was saying, you're both kind of parallel, or you're on the same journey, but you're having your own experience, and I feel like it's meant to be that way right now. It's almost like you're both ascending if you choose to do the healing. Again, there's something about this being a path that you have to choose, though, with the Two of Wands in reverse. Judgment is your advice. So what's that about? Strength. Okay. The Knight of Swords. The answers you need are coming. The Ten of Swords in reverse. To remove this, there's a thorn. It feels like there's a thorn you're removing from your side a little bit here. An old feeling of inadequacy and pain. Ooh, the Devil in reverse under that. You are freeing yourself from something that's quite a bit deeper than what you know, I feel like. Or you're maybe not giving it complete credit. You could be doing some ancestral work, abundance related. This person could be breaking some chains of their own here. There are important judgment calls that do need to be made, though, and they need to be made from a place of individual strength and independence. It's like these are decisions that it feels like you're kind of at a critical point in your life where you're making some decisions, Gemini, and it's about like the direction you want to take yourself, how strong you believe you are, how worthy you believe you are. Because I feel like new doors want to open up to you, but you almost need to shift your perspective a little bit to believe that things are for you. And there's something about that needing to happen for both you and this person in your own ways before it would be like optimally time for you to come together, because of the insecurities that come out of you when you, like, before you do this work. Here's what that feels like. But there's like, the truth is there's a shared tenderness and an openness in your hearts towards one another. And I feel like in many ways you both have already picked this path, but there is also an awareness that it's not time yet. And honestly, it's stressing both of you out. I feel like you both know that it's not the perfect time yet. I don't know how, but I feel like you're both aware of that. You're both being strengthened, like refined in some sort of way, but it's your spirit that's being refined at this time. It's very spiritual. It's pretty deep. But you're going to gain the answers you need to see something clearly and release some sort of heaviness, whether it's like something that you've been carrying surrounding a betrayal, a deception, a betrayal, some sort of deep wound or trauma that deeply affected you. I almost said infected you, though, so it could have like really, something could have spread. It's like there's a point of origin, but it kind of was insidious in how it spread through your perspective. I don't know, maybe surrounding yourself, surrounding love. I'm not entirely sure, but those swords will be able to loosen and fall out soon. You'll have the answers you need. There's like a purifying that's happening. You see how she's dressed all in white? It's a purification, a refinement, like I said. And you'll know when you have this clarity. There's no way to miss it. You'll feel these swords drop out. You'll know. So until then, I feel like just keep doing the work. Try not to be so hard on yourself about it, okay? Remember that most people don't even try to do better. Most people don't even try to be conscious of where they are. So don't be hard on yourself for being human, okay? All right, I love you, Gemini. We're going to move on to Cancer. Let's move on. Okay. What's going on with Cancer? My spicy little crabby cakes. Happy birthday. Happy birthday season. I hope that you all have an amazing one. Let's see. Let's change this. All right. There's live music out there. I can't tell who it is though. Sounds country, which would make sense. I live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, in case you guys were wondering. So we have like a world famous stampede that happens. And it's starting either today or in a couple days, or it's here. It's about to be here. Okay. What's going on, Cancer? What does Cancer need to know? What does Cancer need to know about their truth, their person's truth, and the ultimate truth of the situation? Cancer. All right. Let's see this. Clarify that truth here. All right, Cancer. Okay, Cancer. How are you doing, my loves? Hope you're all doing incredibly well. So let's take a look at the truth between yourself and this person. Okay, so your truth is the Six of Swords in reverse, the brand new journey. I feel like my camera is dirty or something. Weird. Why did it look so blurry? Six of Swords in reverse. Masks. The hidden wolf. Mask off. Yeah, the sun. Definitely you saw through something here. So keep in mind this can be reversed always, but take it how it resonates for you, okay? I feel like you were trying to move forwards with someone. What's up, Matt? How are you? How are you? Okay. You were trying to move forwards with something here. And I think that you were trying to reinfuse hope or infuse hope into this journey that you wanted to take. Things were a little bit rocky. I feel like there was manipulation or some game playing or just people being very in their head or maybe entering the relationship from a very like analytical, intellectualizing or strategic way rather than maybe like from the heart or from like with an openness, an authentic openness. But something has been seen, something has been witnessed by you because there's been a mask that has come off and you're no longer seeing something or someone as you did initially. This is the El Goliath Tarot and it has quite a few extra cards in it. So this is one of them and it's the mask. There's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? I'm seeing this as you kind of saw something. Ugly is a bit intense, but you saw something either ugly or something that freaked you out a little bit, something scared you, or just maybe this is just red flags. It could be as severe or not. I don't get a great feeling from this. This would be something similar to like let's say you start dating someone new, right? And you don't know them that well yet. And you go over to their house for dinner or something, and you kind of peep the way that, let's say it's a man, you peep the way that they talk to the women in their family, like their mother and their sister, and it's like not good. It's like quite disrespectful. And you're like, spidey senses initiated, you know? Like, breaks, and just like, who goes there? We're going to need to investigate a little bit more, you know? It's one of those things where something that you're like, slightly questionable comes up, but then I feel like things unravel a little bit and you see the truth of someone. Now, again, it could be like as intense and severe. It could be anywhere on the spectrum of where you guys are in the energy. So don't make it more intense and dramatic than it needs to be. It could just be something small. But there's something where you're like, you know, I don't know how I feel about that. And for some sort of good reason. Either you felt like someone deceived you and it put you off and made you just be like, I no longer have any interest in really sorting through this with this person. Or it gave you the ick, or like I said, it kind of it freaked you out a little bit. Either way, I feel that you're not really considering there to be a new journey, like the possibility for this. And it's very distinctly because you saw the truth of something or someone that was hidden. This also could have just been something they were hiding from you. Their truth is the Four of Wands in reverse, the beaming vessel. This person, the first person too, right? It could also be that you feel as though someone peeped a mask that you were wearing and that there's no possible way forward as well. So take it however it resonates. Either you saw someone else's mask or they saw yours, but either way, you're not perceiving there being a way forwards that makes sense anymore. What's this Four of Wands in reverse? The Fool. Well, this second person, they are, I know, right? Well, I made a slightly shorter reading where I'm pulling only 4 cards initially, not like 7 like I usually do. So we're going a little faster this time. But there's someone here who is, their heart is not shut down, but they're shut down to this situation, I feel like. So maybe that first person, maybe this is reversed for a lot of you, Cancer. So take it again how it resonates. But I'm feeling it's more like the first person, who I was calling you, is they feel like someone saw the truth of them. That they are not as innocent as they were at one point portraying themselves to be, or there was some falsity about this person that was witnessed, and now they feel as though they don't have any opportunity moving forwards with the other person. And I do feel like that's true. It's a lesson I feel like that was meant to be learned between these two people, different lessons. This person, the second person, they might have just moved into something a little faster than they normally do without like really checking to make sure, without a lot of hesitation in their heart. And it's because this person is very like free-spirited. They're very open. They hold a lot of joy in their heart. The Four of Wands, the beaming vessel. Like when you have both of these cards in the upright, this is just such a free-spirited, beautiful, just like unbridled joy. My heart will lead me anywhere kind of energy, you know? And I feel like the second person, they could have been misled slightly by someone who maybe tried to like mirror that back at you. In other words, they acted like they were very similar to you when really they were something else underneath that. But this second person, they see that this is not what they thought it was, and they also, I think, had a lesson about getting into things a little too quickly or being maybe slightly naive. But as it stands right now, I feel like they weren't really down for too long. Like, they kind of got back up and brushed their knees off, and they're open to taking a leap because they are the eternal vagabond. That is their nature. It's like this person, nothing holds them down too long. They could have Aries in their chart. The Four of Wands is Venus in Aries. Aries is also tied to the Fool, and so is Aquarius because it's Uranus energy. It's beautiful energy, honestly. Self-explanatory. Shayna, what's up, baby? And I said your name right that time. Oh, yeah. No, Shawna. Shawna. I said it right that time. Okay. I was like, I'm going to say it right. And then I said it the wrong way. But hello, darling. Okay, so there's some mutual understanding between the two of you. I feel like that there's not really, I don't know, a way forward here. And one of you, the second person, I think they bounce back very quickly because they have a very open heart. Sometimes it takes them a second because they're leaping into things with their eyes shut, like a little too much faith. They don't see that some sheep are really wolves with masks on, right? But it was a lesson. And you're back on your game. I feel like for many of you, this is reversed. The ultimate truth between you and this person is the Four of Cups in reverse, the wandering mind. It's not that deep, I'm hearing, with this situation. It kind of is what it is. And I feel like you know, if this message is for you, what I'm talking about. The lesson might be more intense for this other person, the first person, honestly, whoever the first person is, whether it's you or them. And I feel like it's about love is not possession. Love is not control. Love is not chaining yourself to someone's ankle or trying to judge or criticize or control or micromanage every move that they make. And I say this because clarifying this Four of Cups in reverse energy is these two cards, which are very much both about freedom, right? There's this quote, love one another, but make not a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. And then there's this like open window, like hand in the breeze, like just cruising vibe, you know? And these both make me think very much of the second person here. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. It's free, and love should be free, and life is just good, baby, you know? It's that vibe. And I feel like the truth of this is it's not anything too serious that you need to let weigh you down. It's really not. You don't need to let your mind wander back to this too much, I feel like, unless you are the first person. And then I feel like the message is that this was a lesson about, like I said before, what love is not. It's not a bond, like a forced bond. Because the thing is that, like, and this is the same reason why God promised to never take free will away from man, right? Because love loses all of its meaning when it's forced. You can't force love anyways. You might be able to lock someone in a room and make them act a certain way, but you can never force them to truly feel love. And when you try to control someone, it makes them generally want to love you less, usually, because you're forcefully taking something from them and depleting them rather than just letting love move between your shores and be its own ocean. Love is freedom and someone choosing you. Like, that's where the beauty in love comes from. It is that it is a choice. And we're always, constantly, every single day, every moment, we're making that choice to still love somebody. And that's what gives it so much depth and meaning. If you shackle yourself to someone, not only is that not really love, but it literally sucks love out of the situation. So that's the lesson that this first person is learning. That's what that seems like to me. It might be a little bit rough. But again, it could be learned behavior. It could be that this person's not a terrible person. Maybe they had extremely controlling parents and they learned that, like, no, ultimate control is what love is. I need to dictate your life because I know what's best. Or maybe I don't know, maybe it's a man who is like very under the patriarchy or something like that. And they're like, no, love is I control my woman or something like that, you know? They could just be deep in programming or conditioning that they're not aware of, or they could be like a narcissist, you know? Could be anywhere on the scale of things. Again, you'll know how intense this like mask slip really was and what was underneath. You'll know. But again, you don't need to give it that much thought because it's not that intense. The Seven of Wands in reverse, the determined otter. This is your advice. Okay. I feel like, again, you don't really need to put any more energy into it. Or determination, you can kind of just let it fizzle out. I don't know why, but this is a message for someone needed validation, that it's like it's okay to stop. And to say stop caring about this sounds kind of harsh, but essentially it's okay to stop caring about this. Like, you don't have to force yourself to be more upset than you are. I don't know. It's because you've already peeped the truth of the situation with the High Priestess, and there's no higher perspective that you haven't already seen. So unless you're planning on going and reinvesting in this person, it's safe to just free yourself and move on to the next thing. Trust what you know intuitively. You did see what you thought you saw. Don't let anyone gaslight you. Don't gaslight yourself. You're good, okay? Okay. I love you, Cancer. You watery ass biatches. I love you. My sister's a triple Cancer. She's a Cancer sun, moon, and rising. My father is a Cancer. My son is in the 4th, but I just have all the Scorpio and Pisces, personally. I was gifted with that. All right. We're moving on to Leo. And again, have an amazing birthday, okay? You guys deserve it. You give so much to people. Cancer messages have been the ones resonating lately. It could be, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, because you have a Cancer moon and it's Cancer season. That makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense, yeah. I could see it. Okay. Team Leo. Where are my Leos at? I need to hydrate. My Cancer baby, my cat, Luna. She's out on the balcony. She'll probably make a grand entrance at some point. All right. What's going on for Leo? What are the truths that Leo needs? Validated, clarified, illuminated. Keep in mind too that if this doesn't resonate if this ends up resonating for you with a person that is not a romantic interest, sometimes that happens. Sometimes spirit just like inserts a message and is like, you need to hear this about this person. So always trust that too. Like if you feel like this is about my relationship with my mom or something like that, then just take it as what it is. Because sometimes spirit is just bossy and just butts in and is like, you're gonna hear this message. So keep that in mind. Okay. What's going on for Leo? Spirit, what does Leo need to know? Everything is about our relationship with our mom. Well, yeah. Pretty much. Isn't that fun how that works? The ultimate truth. Mommy issues. We all got them. Through something, pushing through something mental. No, I don't think it's just you being a Capricorn moon, honey. I don't think so, babe. Not on this one. Sometimes that is you, but not this time. This time you're right on point. All right. Leo. What do I want to clarify for Leo here? Clarify that ultimate truth for Leo. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hey, Luna. What's up, loons? Speak of the devil and the devil appears. You hear her? She's very vocal these days. She's like, I'm here. What's up? Okay, let me see. Oh, yes. I definitely needed water. Whew, that feels so good. Okay. Let's timestamp you and get into this. Did you guys hear her? She always does this little ringy thing. Their meow. Okay. Hello, Leo. How are my brave-hearted beauties doing tonight? Okay, let's see what's going on with the truths between you and this person. Okay. Yeah, come say hi. Your truth is the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, come on. Your truth is the Ten of Pentacles. Hi, sweetie. Happy. And their truth is the Seven of Wands in reverse. You're purring so much. You're purring, cutie. Okay. The Ten of Pentacles. Well, you're doing really well. I feel like you're also seeing the potential in something. You may have not seen it fully. You may have not seen the full truth or potential in something, but I feel like it's striking you, if that's the message. Either way, you have a vision, is what I'm getting from this. You've definitely got a vision. You see the potential, and you know what you want out of something. It's like I knew she was leaving. Yeah, that's what I feel like about that. Tell me more about the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, the Six of Wands, exactly. You know that you're going to be, oh, it's the first time you've seen her. How are you doing, by the way? She is beautiful, yes. She's very hairy, but she's gorgeous. So you're feeling very optimistic about something, and maybe this is renewed optimism, like you lost it for a second there, you know? But you're feeling good. Feeling like you see something, you have a goal in mind, a clear goal, you know what you want, you know what is possible, or you think you know what is possible, and your spirit wants to move in a particular direction. Okay? You're like, onward, motherfucking forward, we ride at dawn. You know, we ride at dawn. This is some Braveheart stuff that's happening here. That's the Ten of Pentacles. Ten of Pentacles. You're like, that's the one, that's my dream, that's what I want, and I'm moving towards it shortly. You might already be. Or if you're in something with someone, it's like you're feeling pretty optimistic about it. This person's truth is the Seven of Wands in reverse, right? So they're on a little bit of a different page, a little bit of a different energy. So there might have not been something communicated between the two of you yet. Yeah. I feel like that's what it is. I feel like this first person, like maybe you, Leo, you maybe haven't communicated yet. Yeah. There's an illusion, I feel like, that has not yet been cleared up. So maybe this is a realization you just recently came to, where you're seeing something in a new light, or your focus or hope in something has maybe been reignited. This person is not feeling super spirited at this time. They feel like they don't know what the hell is going on, to be honest. They are healing from something. Yeah, this person feels like, it's interesting. They definitely feel, the Lovers and the Ace of Pentacles here, that there is a huge amount of potential as well, and abundance between the two of you. And this second person, they feel it on a deeply spiritual level. They could be quite intuitive. With that pomegranate there, they're wise to this. Like, they are hip to what this connection is and what is between the two of you. However, they are feeling deflated with that Seven of Wands in reverse. Like, there's nothing they can do. Like, this judgment call is not theirs to make. So maybe all of the control or the ball was in your court here or something like that. But at the same time, they're like, it's not over though. Like, there's a cycle, or there's something that has not ended. And I feel like that's true unless this is you moving towards some personal victory in your own life that has nothing to do with this person. But I don't really feel like that's accurate. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse is the ultimate truth between the two of you. And it's with this oracle card that's like, me, I don't give a fuck. Narrator, they did, in fact, give a fuck. So I'm going to have to cover this woman up on this card because she's very naked, but the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. So there is a lack of movement here right now between the two of you, or there has been. It's a stagnancy. I feel like someone didn't see something about themselves internally, and so they weren't able to fully commit to something. It's like something hadn't healed and wasn't allowing them to commit for that reason. Just going back on the balcony. Something has not been invested in, I feel like. Why are you meowing at me? You have everything you need. She's like, yeah, but I want a treat. Okay. Something has not been something has not been fully invested in here, and there's been a lack of movement as a result. But it has not been because people did not care. It has not been for that reason. That there may have been a misconception between the two of you that there's been stagnancy, or there's been difficulty or a lack of investment on one or both sides of things because the other person doesn't care, but that's not true. Yeah, I know. It's not a sexual kind of naked, but still, YouTube is an asshole. So, I'm not afraid to say it. Your advice is the Four of Pentacles. I heard hold it down. Hold it down. And it's with this card, this oracle card, which says, I don't really know what I'm feeling, but there sure is a lot of it. So things are being tempered right now, and this is almost coming through as like an anchoring energy. You might need to really ground at this time. I feel like there's a lot emotionally that is coming in because this person is full speed ahead. I feel like coming towards your doorstep here. Something about the Ten of Pentacles is giving home. They might show up at your house. Maybe when you least expect it, because honestly with the Seven of Wands in reverse, Judgment in reverse, the World in reverse, you're like, I know it's not over, but I also have no control in this, and I'm honestly tired maybe from trying to make something work and then having it not work, so I'm doing a Jesus take the wheel kind of moment. And if it's meant to be, it will be. This person's like, I'm letting our love fly away, you know, and if it returns, it was meant to be. Because although corny, that they're just too exhausted, I feel like, at this point to do much else. I feel like this stagnancy has been in place for a bit, and it has been kind of draining or taxing on the both of you in one way or another. Maybe just because you had to repress how much you cared while you were apart for some reason. I don't know. But there's a lot of feelings being felt, and they need to be anchored at this time. That's your advice. Tell me more about the Four of Pentacles. The Eight of Swords. There also might be some things that need to be unlocked within yourself at this time. Specifically fears, perhaps. For some of you, there are 4 of them, and they could just be minor things, right? But there's 4 locks here. The Eight of Swords is about fear or places where we might be hesitant or keep ourselves stuck or small because we're afraid. But it's always just like it's always just in our own minds, and we have the power to release ourselves or free ourselves from that state whenever we are willing to kind of look at things through a different lens. So although you might feel a little overwhelmed with your emotion right now, Leo, I do feel like your advice is to sit with whatever you're feeling, because it's trying to show you, I feel like it's trying to give you a message through your emotions. And so that's why grounding is important, because when these emotions come through, you don't want to get lost in like the tsunami of them, or like pushed out to sea, right? But there are some fears that want to be illuminated so that you can kind of have dominion over them. It could be subconscious stuff that you're not even really aware of that has been impacting your life in some way. Yeah. But yeah, there's a little bit of work, and I'm really not seeing it being very much with the Four of Pentacles. And even the Eight of Swords, it's like you might just be feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the amount of emotion at this exact moment in time that you're dealing with. Either you're picking up on it between the two of you, between you and this person, so you're feeling theirs as well, and you're both feeling a lot, or you yourself are feeling a lot as you work through stuff independently, but one way or another. The advice is kind of just sit with what you're feeling, allow yourself to work through it, be really real with yourself, honest with yourself about anywhere you might be hesitant or fearful, and then just apply courage to those areas if this is something that you really do want, right? And definitely stay grounded. definitely stay grounded. Something about staying grounded is rather important. There could be a lot of energy shifting in the near future. It does. I don't know. Maybe you're just picking up on the Leo season current that's coming through as that approaches. But yeah, that's what I'm getting for you, my lovely Leos. All right. Let us move on to Virgo. What's going on, Virgo? Let me make space. There's a million decks of cards here. As per always. That's how I roll. Okay. That's better. Okay, Virgo. Virgo. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes when you're going through an ascension too, or you're going through kind of like a spiritual up-leveling, that happens. Like your, or if you quantum leap or like timeline jump or collapse timelines or whatever you really want to call it, right? You're like how in sync you are or where you're at in your in syncness calibration to like time and space can feel a little bit like, whoa, what's going on? And sometimes it just shifts altogether, and other times it just takes a second to like balance itself back out. But sometimes if you do go through a big ascension, you can feel like, whoa, I'm picking up on energy way ahead of time. All of a sudden I'm way more sensitive, or whoa, I don't know, it can just feel a little weird. Usually it's not that you're feeling the energy later though. It's usually from my experience that you're usually picking up on it beforehand or just way more intensely, and it's because you are becoming more sensitive and more expanded, so you can feel energy that's further out earlier on. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so if that's happening for you guys, take that into consideration. Virgo. Where my Virgo babies at? Yeah, phase shifts. Okay. What's up, Virgo babies? Good. Thanks for validating. All right. I want to open my window or my blinds a little more so that I can see where Luna's in the balcony. Let some more light in too now that the sun is kind of going down a little. It's not as hot. Just give me 1 second here. More sirens, I think. Hope everyone's okay. Sometimes things can get a little bit rowdy when all of the cowboys come here. Where have all the cowboys gone? Calgary, Alberta. That's where they've all gone. In case you were wondering. God help me. Like, I grew up in a super small country town, and even it's like a lot for me still. It's a lot, but it's fun. You kind of have to be really drunk though, because everyone else is really drunk. So for it to not be a little bit too much, you gotta have, a bit of a wild time yourself, which is probably why things get out of control. The stampede, yeah. Oh, you've been reading the Wikipedia article? People apparently travel here from all over the world for it. I'm like, really? All right, what's going on, Virgo? What's going on for you? and this person. Whoa. Okay. Oh, you're doing that thing. Pens, moon. Ooh, Virgo moon. Both very earthy with your emotions. Let's see. I'm going to clarify a little bit for that. Let's see. Okay. All right. Virgo. Let's smoke a little too. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I'm one of those crazy people that only works out sporadically, and then when I start working out again, I'm like, why? Why did I stop? Now I'm going through this period where my body hates me again. And right now is one of those times where my muscles are mad because I started working them again. And I can't get comfortable. So, yay. Let's see. What's up, Virgo? How are you, my loves? My loves. Let's see. What's going on? The truth between you and this person. So, your truth. I feel like there's something pretty transformative happening in this connection right now. Death is at the bottom of the deck. So just let me sit with the energies, because at face value, they don't look like a lot. So let me just see what wants to come up and rise out of this. And I feel like this is a message for you too. It's almost like there's a process taking place with that death card. And you might need to wait to see what is like unearthed or what comes to the surface. Okay. So, just give me a second. Okay. I see. All right. I see what's going on here. Okay. So, I feel like there are some mutual insecurities currently in this connection a little bit, affecting things, but they're being worked through. It's just that it might take a second for you to get... You might feel like there's a deep connection with this person, but it takes a little longer to get past the superficial state with them and get really, like, dive deeper under the surface. There's something here about that. because you're kind of both having to convince yourselves or fake it till you make it in some way in order to get into the energy that you want to be in for one another. Is what I'm getting from this. So your truth in the situation is the Five of Wands and the Four of Cups in reverse. Well, you're slightly internally conflicted, but it's not about this person or the situation. I really don't feel like it is. I feel like you might be coming out of a period of like past disappointments a little bit. And so I don't even feel like this is really conscious too much for you, or you might be slightly aware of it, but it's not a huge deal. So you're not making a big thing of it. There's like a little bit of subconscious or internal, spiritual, maybe like back and forth tug of war. And it's more or less about whether you are ready and willing to put your heart on the line again or potentially be disappointed again. This is very like Virgo-esque, like, because you're thinking ahead already about what if I'm disappointed. And I don't know, I feel like Virgo, because it's mutable and because it's also ruled by Mercury, even though it's an earth sign, I feel like there are very few places that Virgo's mind doesn't go when they are thinking about getting into something new, for instance. It's like they strategize, or their mind just naturally lays out every potential outcome, every potential plan. And for some part of it, it's so they can be somewhat prepared, I feel, because they're mutable and they like knowing how to adapt in situations and feeling prepared and refined, coming across as refined. But just be careful that you're not like going to too many of those like more negative or stressful what if places in your head, I would say. But for the most part, I think you're just working through this and you're coming out of a bit of, it's like you're dropping the weight of past disappointments. You're like, that doesn't need to come with me into this. That doesn't need to come with me. And you're kind of like offloading a little bit. Things that are not needed. They don't need to be carried forwards into this connection. The Magician, yeah, because honestly, I feel like you are kind of manifesting this, the Empress. You see a lot of abundance and you're quite attracted to whoever this is. Or you feel good about yourself overall and you feel abundant overall, and you're just quite aware of the strength of your mind. The Magician is Mercury, right? So it is your ruling energy. So yeah, you're in a positive flow. I feel like you might be very in your feminine energy, or more so than usual for you, like less in your mind. Because there are no swords here. There's just kind of this sense of flow that I'm picking up. Like you have an awareness, but you're not focused on it necessarily. I hope this makes sense. This might feel really nice to you. It might be freaking you out a little bit. It might be even what's causing some of this tension within you. But I think ultimately it's good for you, Virgo. To be honest, I think it's good for you. And I think you feel like it's good for you. You feel good about you, and it's good. And you also feel good and attracted to this person. And this person's truth is the Seven of Coins in reverse and the Page of Swords in reverse. This person could not be saying too much right now. It's like they're not saying a lot because they're still not entirely sure what they feel like they can reasonably invest at this time. For some reason, I'm getting that like they don't want to make promises they can't keep, or write checks that they can't keep or can't bank on. Hey, loons. What's up? What's up, homie? The Queen of Swords. They're trying to be reasonable, but they feel like they just don't have the answers yet. Okay, this person is going through a large transformation. Because I saw the Death card at the bottom of the deck before we started. So you both might be going through a big transformation. This person definitely is, and it's affecting them a lot. I feel like it's making them a little bit more... Maybe they're not as used to rolling with the punches as you. They're struggling a little bit more. They're feeling slightly more doubtful and stuck. You're facing you're facing it a bit more head on. It's coming through like you have more, literally more experience facing this kind of thing head on. It's like you are you're a veteran, you know, and you're like, I can do this. I've been through it X many times. So you're kind of just letting yourself flow where you may have in the past gotten in your own way in similar situations. And this person is creating a little resistance for themselves. I think they're thinking about it a little too hard when they know already that they don't have the answers and can't possibly have all the answers. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. But this person's pretty intelligent. Hair flies everywhere. Just from a simple head boop, Luna. It's hard to love you. All right. They're very in their head. They have the Page of Swords in reverse, the Queen of Swords, the Knight of Swords in reverse is here. The King of Swords in reverse is also on the table, I just realized. So that's the all of the Swords people. Plus, the only one that's in the upright is the Queen. She is like trying to be the voice of peaceful reason, and I feel like ultimately that will win out with this person. I feel like it will, as long as they don't get into this like cycling the drain or circling the drain energy. But I feel like they have this peace, and knowing that it's trying to come to them, it's like they're almost being beckoned to jump into the flow, the same stream that you are currently in. They're struggling a little bit more with it. They're trying to stay on top of their shit, though. They're trying. They're doing their best. Okay, the overall truth is the King of Swords in reverse between the two of you. Lord. And you also have this quote. Wake up every morning and tell yourself you're a badass bitch from hell and that no one can fuck with you, and then don't let anybody fuck with you. Shouldn't we all be saying this every day to ourselves? So again, there's a little bit of like faking it, you know? But it's not. It's more you're reminding yourselves. Because I feel like both of you are baddies and you both know. But there's something that feels slightly uncomfortable or like tumultuous a little bit. Tumultuous is too intense of a word. It's like everything here that came out initially was all minor arcana, so it's very manageable between the two of you. It's like the universe doesn't really need to intervene here. There's not really like huge ungrounded forces at work, but there are personal transformations going on between the two of you, right? And there's something that you're both transcending within your mind, like your headspace. I feel like it has to do with the way that you view yourselves, though. Because of this, you're coming into a powerful understanding, or like a more expanded consciousness of yourself, perspective of yourself, understanding of yourself. And it is an understanding because there's an acceptance there, not just like, oh, I see this. It's like there's some sort of love being extended to the self, and I really like that. More love extended to the self is always good. No matter how much you're currently loving yourself, more is always good. Okay. Your advice. The Seven of Cups and the Ten of Wands in reverse. Let it be as easy as it can possibly be. Okay? Don't worry. Don't worry. And if you're going to use your mind and you're going to go into that refining process, that Virgo powerhouse, right? If you're like, I can't function without using that though. So how am I going to use it if I'm not using it in an unhealthy way towards the situation that's getting more in my own way? Well, use it by refining the confusion in your own emotions and your own mind, and then like weeding out that which is not needed. Refine yourself. Don't point this at the connection, because there are things going on in the connection that are like a little messy. You need to be in like this flow of understanding and mutability. Just going with it. It's working. It's working for both of you. So any internal confusion that you have, just weed out what's not needed and drop the weight of that. Let it be simple. I'm seeing one of those, what are those called? At like water parks, there's this ride where it's like a fake river and you get like a big tube that you sit in and you go down the slide in your tube. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm seeing. It's like, it is going to be a process. Just let it be like a fun, enjoyable, light process. Because it really doesn't need to be heavier than that. Yeah, like a lazy river vibe. Let it be a lazy river, Virgo. Because you're already in that flow. You're already in the stream. You perceive your own experience of that. So let it be what you want it to be. Let it be easy. Let it feel like a relief, like the anticipation or the knowledge that you're on a journey that is benefiting you, because I see it making you feel good about yourself. I see you bettering yourself, but not from a stressed out, anxious place, which is fucking amazing for you. Like, I think that this looks like it looks like good energy for you. So I've got nothing bad to say about this. All right. We're moving on to Libra. Libra. See what's happening. I forgot that you were you. Hairball, baby. Libra. Alright. Let me cleanse, because we're at the halfway mark and I want to ground with some Palo, because it's the best. I hope you guys are doing really well out there, wherever you are in the world. There's a lot of chaos happening in many parts around the world right now, but in some ways I feel like it's also pushing us towards sparking some internal chaos and been forcing us towards this internal evolution that's happening on a grand scale as well, which I think has been needed for a really long time. And we have other things supporting that, like these solar flare storms that we've been having like an insane amount since last year, and how more light is quite literally and scientifically getting into the atmosphere, getting into us. Like, things are shifting, and more every day, even though the same shit exists in the world, and I'm aware of it, okay? You don't have to tell me. I get it. I'm still at the core of me a Pisces sun and north node bitch, and I'm gonna fight for the belief that there is good in this world, and we are on a motherfucking upswing, and it's worth fighting for, because I truly do believe it, and I hope you do too. Okay. Let me close the screen door because I see flies coming in and you're not out there anymore. Yes, fly, I have witnessed you. I have perceived you. You are so lucky I don't have a swatter right now. Or else your ass would be grass. Okay. Close. Okay. We're almost there. Alrighty. Let me turn it this way a little bit more again. You can see my plant babies. We're almost there. We're on our way. Okay. Let me take my socks off. I do need to ground. Damn. Although I am a Pisces, as I mentioned, so sometimes I just need to put like anointing oil on the bottom of my feet and it helps me ground a lot. Are you leaving? Bye. 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 All right. Okay, good. Do any other Pisces out there do this? If not, you should try it when you feel ungrounded. It's super helpful. Okay, get your power nap. Love you. All right, Libra. There we go. What's going on, Libra? All right. Let's see what's happening, babies. My gorgeous, gorgeous Libras. What is the truth that they need to know for their highest and best good about this situation or person? What do you need to know? Let's see. Off like a rocket, huh? Okay. There's a bit of a warning here. This is interesting. Let me clarify these. Okay. Let's timestamp you. Okay. Hey Libra. How are you doing? So, let's take a look at these truths. Keep in mind that the roles can always be reversed. But someone is like lit the fuck up here in this connection. And I feel like whatever their truth is, which I am going to clarify in a second with the tarot, honey, they know it. And I feel like this is you. But, well, I have this placement as you, but again, you can, I'm going to talk like this is you, the first person, but reverse if you need to. You know your truth, and you are heading forwards here soon, if not already at lightning speed. If you're already in someone's life, then you're just speaking your truth courageously. Like, this is kind of give no fucks energy, not because you truly give no fucks, but like you're vibrant and liberated in a way from much of your fucks because you care about what you have to say. This is an energy of conviction. Whatever your truth is, like I said, you're clear on it, you're convicted, you very much give a fuck, you give all the fucks, and you're moving towards, I feel like, this person to speak your truth. What is this truth that Libra so valiantly is moving forwards with? It is a badass Knight of Swords. I love this deck. Aww. The Four of Wands. Welcome home. This is cute. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. The Eight of Wands. Jeez. This person needed some time. You needed some time to yourself. You needed to, it's coming through as like you needed to redefine yourself. You needed to find yourself. You needed to remind yourself, like put yourself at ease through a very specific process of like weighing out who you are, resonating strongly with yourself from this deep internal place, and then building yourself up in confidence. That's why you're able to move forwards with this insane conviction that I'm seeing you in. It's because you took some time, and whatever time you took, it did what it needed to do, because you know how the fuck you feel, think, and you're moving on it. And there's no questions about that. You are moving towards this Four of Wands, which is something that you know feels like home, brings you a lot of joy. You want to celebrate with it. You could see it being victorious. It feels warm. There's something about it that just, yeah, it feels like home, you know? And it's like at one point you were aware that it was not time, and now that it's time, like it's really time. It's go time. Like, this is not a drill. This is not a test. It is the real thing. You're not training for the Olympics, like the gun just went off and you're meant to sprint now, and you're not going to miss the assignment because you know what's up. Like you're moving on this. It's crazy how sudden this feels. It feels almost jarring, and I don't feel like it's jarring to you. It feels this way to me. Is this how it feels to be a Libra? Like when you're undecided, you're just like, it's absolutely not time, and then when you decide, you're like, now it's time, and then it's like on and off like a fucking light switch. Is it like that? You are cardinal, but that's how it's coming through. Any Libras, let me know if that is a correct read of how you guys kind of function. That's super interesting. Yeah, it's like if you don't know, if you don't feel balanced in yourself and with your scales, so like what your personal truth is, and then how this weighs on whether it's fair, or just, it's like you have to have those things balanced, and then once you know, and you're like, now it's go time, and then you're off, is what this is coming through as. But you know how you feel, and I feel like you're moving towards this person. Okay. Their truth is the Eight of Swords. Slightly different vibe. A little bit different of a vibe. The Moon. This person is stumbling alone through a haunted house with no flashlight. Oh, okay. You kept this person waiting a little bit, huh? Well, I am here to report to you that in that time of no contact or you just figuring your shit out or whatever it was, being coy, I don't really know, this person has gone to the worst possible place within their own minds. And they're not especially having the best time. Could be a Pisces with the moon there. The 10 of Cups, the 2 of Wands in reverse, and the 4 of Swords in reverse. You know why? Because I feel like from the very beginning, they've known what you maybe now know. Because the 10 of Cups and the 4 of Wands, welcome home, they're giving the same vibe very much in this deck. They're giving your home to me. You're the person, you're the one. This person had decided this from the beginning, and I think you took your time to decide, and now you're moving on it. And maybe this person had to wait for you. Well, they didn't have to wait, but maybe they felt like they were on hold while you discovered your truth or decided if you wanted to invest or something like that. The only thing is they've been a little bit in their head, a little bit insecure, and they've created some emotional confusion and fuckery. And they're not super at peace in their own mind. I'm not going to lie. So I feel like the not knowing didn't do great things for this person. They're very much aware, though, and aligned. They're aware of their fears. And I feel like it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially if this person is a Pisces. Because with the moon there in the upright, if they are a Pisces, then they are in their power. And Pisces power oftentimes does look a lot like going to those dark places, kind of like Scorpio, but a little bit different. Going to those dark places in their internal ocean and shining the light there and really looking at what does scare them so that they can unleash the courage to essentially be in dominion over that. It can talk about going to that place in your subconscious, and looking at fears that are driving things from behind the scenes so that you can be more empowered over your life. So I feel like it's one of two ways. Either this person spiraled into, like, if they're not used to this energy and using it in an empowered and alchemical, like magical way, because that's how Pisces transmutes and does magic. So it's different. If you're not dealing with the Pisces, then they may be in a little bit of, they may be a hot mess when you find them again. You might need to do a little putting them at ease, because they've been frazzled, it feels like, by the situation, by really they've been in their own mind. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I think you just followed your own process of healing and how to make decisions, and obviously you should always do that. There's just something here where this person, I think that you might have come off a little bit cold or defensive towards them while you were in that process. And I just feel like this person took it, I feel like they took it personally. Or even if they didn't take it personally, they were triggered by it in some way. But again, if this is a self-aware person or someone that is very spiritual or like a high priestessy type of person, then they would have taken that energy and converted it into power through more like awareness, more conscious awareness of those parts of themselves. If they're a less adept person at doing that kind of work, like shadow work essentially is what this is, deep shadow work, then they might have spiraled a little bit into their own fears and insecurities. I feel like it will be different for you guys depending on like how your person is. So the ultimate truth is the Ace of Wands in reverse with this fish card. You could definitely be dealing with the Pisces. This reminds me of Pisces quite a bit. The truth is that this connection, for it to be balanced, it needs to be approached through love. And there's no way around it. This may be a message to you as well, because you're super passionate, but this is all masculine energy. And the message that's coming through very much is, and this makes sense because this person, again, even if they're very conscious and empowered in doing the shadow work, they're still in a bit of a vulnerable place because shadow work takes you to that place. There's no getting around that. You have to, or else it's not shadow work, right? This person is in their shadow and they need to be approached gently. They need to, it's like it's intricate. It needs to be approached with care. And just rushing in with just like a lot of passion or like horniness or just that fiery masculine, like assertive energy, for this to be balanced. Look at how these kind of look like the yin yang sign together though, a little bit. They do to me anyways. Seeing like the circle. I'm seeing that, and this needs to be present, but it has to be balanced with this. It's like, don't remove all the fire, don't remove all the passion and the inspiration and the excitement. Definitely not. But just make sure that there needs to be a level of emotional like intimacy, I feel like, for this to work. Can you tell me more about that? This second person is a little bit skittish, or else they're just in a vulnerable place, like a deep and vulnerable place. Yeah, this can be balanced. Look, it's you. It can even be balanced in Cancer season if you're watching this at the time of release. I feel like, the Ten of Pentacles too. This could be quite abundant for the two of you. Yeah, with the Ace of Cups. So I feel like you're right. You know it's time, and it's time. You're right about that. This is meant to validate you for sure. Spirit is like, yep, it's time to move forwards with confidence. Just, again, take your cup of love with you. But this is quite an abundant energy between the two of you right now, and I think it's because there is balance, and so therefore there's the ability. It's right. It's like as if each of you is one of these sphinxes, or each of you is one of the horses pulling the chariot. You have to be calibrated, or else you're not going to go anywhere. You're calibrated now. And I'm feeling like one of you is more the masculine fiery energy, and one is more the feminine or intuitive with the water. The point is, though, that you're very balanced now. Justice is also about balance of the scales. You're balanced emotionally with the Chariot. You're balanced in terms of how much passion you have towards one another. And I heard, and what you're willing to do. So I don't know what that means, but I guess you're just both as invested or serious about this, about investing maybe. Your advice is the Five of Swords, and then this oracle card which says, we judge because we don't understand. So there's some area where there has been a miscommunication or a misinterpretation. It's because there is an area, I feel like it's how your minds work, the two of you. Your minds might work very differently. They could be in your Mercuries, or your moons, I'm feeling, or even your ascendants. Could be in very different, like, they could be in polar opposite or just very, very different in nature, energies or signs. It's just coming across that you have very different ways of expressing or communicating yourselves. And so it's going to take a little bit for you to just not judge each other, but understand anything you are judging. It's not coming from a place of wanting to be rude or judge each other. It's coming from this place of being like, what? Like genuinely not understanding, because you do things so differently. But it's not that any one of you is bad or wrong. And I don't think you guys actually think that. It's just that this needs to be given like a little more thought or consideration. That's what I'm seeing with that. Okay? My loves. All right, we're going to move on to Scorpio. Where are my fellow Scorpionic people at? Where are you, fam? I can't reach that far. Okay. It's definitely country music. Sounds like a good time, not gonna lie. I live pretty close to downtown, so I live close to like the Stampede grounds, or relatively so. So I can hear a lot. Can catch a lot of it. Lucky me. We'll definitely hear the fireworks if they do go off while I'm still here. We might be done by then. Can you guys hear that noise in the background? Can you hear like the bass at all? It's actually kind of loud. It's a party. Yeehaw is right. Rowdy ass cowboys. All right. Scorp. Let's tune into Scorpio's energy. Oh, I immediately felt this energy go through my solar plexus, and it felt like placing a stone there, or like it felt very grounding. That's interesting. Grounded solar plexus. So you have a certainty about who you are at the core of you at this time, I feel. What you want, maybe, could be part of this. It's so adorable. Hey, butthead. I love how she knew I was talking to her. You know, because you are the biggest, hairiest butthead. That is what you are. Like a big hairy belly. Luna interlude. Because she is my familiar and my homie and a great transmuter of energy as well. Oh yeah, she is. That's my girl. Okay. Bullying her. All right. Where you going, mama? It's like I'm out of here. Scorpio. Scorpio need to know. Screaming. Sounds aggressive over there. Okay, what does Scorpio need to know? The true Scorpio needs to know. Yeah. Okay. What's this? What's going on here? Okay, let me see. Let me clarify. Tell me more about the truth here for Scorpio and their person. All right. One more. Damn. I knew I felt some deep ass energy. You and this person have history. You have some history. Okay. Let's timestamp. What's up, Scorpio? How are you, my loves? All right, let's look at the truths here between you and this person, or in this connection. First of all, I feel like this is a deep connection. I feel like it's interesting. Maybe it hasn't always felt this way, but I feel like the truth of this situation or connection is becoming more grounded. It maybe hasn't ever materialized fully in the physical. It could have just been very emotional or spiritual, or even in your head up until now, with not a whole lot of real life implications, I guess. I feel like there's been a period of difficulty between you and this person where it almost felt like the universe was being cruel to you for some reason. I'm getting that. But it was all for a reason. And I think that you have an understanding of that you didn't have. I think that you were scared. And I think that this connection brought a transformation to the surface that was needed for you. And this transformation had everything to do with some personal fears that you had, specifically about being vulnerable. And I feel like we go through this every time we are challenged to reach new levels of intimacy with people, or a new person, maybe. It's definitely always about intimacy for Scorpio, and it's like this thing where we want it more than anybody else. And we want not just some like bullshit fake version of it that's like truly superficial in terms of how we as Scorpios actually experience true intimacy in depth. It's like, you don't know what intimacy is. But we want it, we desire it more than anything, but at the same time, we get really freaked out by being perceived or by the vulnerability that getting into that intimacy requires. I think once we're in it and we trust the person, we lose our fear, we lose our insecurities, and we just open up and allow ourselves to kind of like get lost in the experience of it. But before that point, man, we can be stubborn and it can be hard. Fixed water. It can be really hard to break out of some of those fears that have to do with emotional openness, especially. And it's because you have been damaged before, and you're acutely aware as well that past that exoskeleton and the venom, you're just this ushy-gushy creature inside with a huge-ass heart, you know? Everything else is kind of ultimately just a poker face. Or a skin that you didn't even choose. If you're a Scorpio rising like me, then it's just you have the face and you're like, you know, I didn't choose this. It's like sometimes people don't realize how vulnerable and soft you really are under the surface. But you are open. Your truth is the Page of Pentacles. Flower child, beautiful child, I'm in your vibe. Flower child vibes. There's just this sense of peace with your energy. Honestly, I love it. The Nine of Pentacles in reverse and the Lovers. Scorpio. There's something here that you're like, I'm gonna fucking fight for that thing. Okay, I'm channeling a line from a poem that I wrote, and it's, I won't let me take this from me. I won't let me take this from me. I won't let me take it from myself, this good thing. Because I think ultimately when we do get in our own way as Scorpios, because we always have an awareness of the things that are at play within us, the fears, the paranoia. We always know. We're too smart not to know. And we're too self-aware to not see it, which can be both a blessing and a fucking curse, as you know. But once we become actually at peace with it, we become, and this is how we become okay with being intimate, is we become intimate with ourselves first. We have to face the fears and become accepting of them. We have to go to the dark places within us, and we have to shine a light there and offer them acceptance and remind ourselves that we are loving, we're loving and we're lovable even in those damaged places within us, because there's always going to be them with a fucking Scorpio. There's always going to be with a human. There's always going to be. But some things are worth fighting for. And love, my friends, might be at the top of the list. But you've decided something. And it's so cute how you're moving towards it. You're just strumming your little guitar here. But the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, I think that it's not leisurely. It's coming through more as like you're honoring the end of a cycle. I feel like you're walking, strumming your guitar, and you're walking towards the 10 of Pentacles. You're like, yep, I'm giving up that super independence. I'm giving up my singledom. I know what I want. I have decided and found peace with this. And the Page of Pentacles, I'm moving towards that opportunity. And it's more than I had before. And you were in the Nine of Pentacles, which is the ultimate sweet spot that someone can be in individually. So you had it good, you had it good. And it takes a lot to pull someone out of something that they know is good. But if anything can do it, it's going to be the Lovers. So you're moving towards the Lovers. And I feel like you're not rushing, but you're not leisurely strolling and meandering either, because you know what you're moving towards and you know what it's worth. And you're at peace about it. And I love it. This person's truth is the Six of Cups in reverse. Okay. What's going on with this? The Six of Cups in reverse talks about leaving the past behind and breaking off like the rear view mirrors. You're like, I'm not even going to look that way. You know why? Because it is not the direction I want to go. This is the direction I now want to go. Okay, you and this person need to just go. Just go make out somewhere, okay? Just fucking do it already. Just leave, Scorpio. I'm gonna be sick. Gross. I'm just kidding. I actually really fucking love it. And you know that I do. But, this person has so much love for you. And they know exactly what you are. There you are. Like I was saying, they know exactly what you are. There is so much awareness between the two of you of what this is. And I don't know if that's always been there or if it's always been this clear. I feel like in the past it hasn't been for either of you. The Nine of Cups in reverse. You guys are disgusting in the best possible way. Gross though. But you're so aligned. You were both really, in your own respective ways, you were both super fulfilled and happy on your own before, and that is exactly why you're both ready to be together now, because you're good on your own, you know? That's when people are ready to be with other people in a super serious, meaningful kind of way, where they can allow the other person to still be free and to still be all of themselves, which we always should do, but also love the absolute fuck out of them at the same time. And it doesn't have to be about like possessing the person, which can be scorpionic when we're in our shadow. Yeah. This person is also aware that they're moving out of a phase and they're moving towards what comes after the Nine of Cups, which is the Ten of Cups. So the two of you are both aware that you can have ultimate happiness together and fulfillment, and it has this very grounded sense of like, it feels like two deeply emotional and independent, like strong-willed people, the Wheel of Fortune, coming together. But feeling seen, feeling balanced, and feeling like they are naturally like complementary is what it feels like. Like it's a natural thing. The two of you complementing each other. It feels like by design. It does not feel like you have to sit down and work out a game plan. I'm not saying don't be practical and you don't have things that you need to take into consideration, like grocery lists you need to make and that kind of thing, but that's just the small moments of life. You and this person on the grand scale of things, you flow. And you've both experienced pain and you've both experienced a level of depth that it's like there's an understanding that's possible between the two of you. And I feel like that's probably ultimately why you have decided to move towards this, because ultimately I feel like that is very much what Scorpio seeks. In a lot of ways for us, to be understood is to be loved. Just as much as like to be intimate is to be loved. And to be intimate kind of is to be understood, or it's to be opened up to being understood. Scorpio doesn't really hide much when they are in love. They kind of want to know everything about their lover, you know? They want to know them inside out. They don't want the secrecy. They still respect privacy. There's a big difference between privacy and secrecy. Excuse me. One of them is hiding something, and the other one is not. Right? The overall truth between you and this person is the Two of Pentacles with this oracle card. It has this girl on it and says everything in the whole wide fucking world to say in her mind, and she's saying, I don't really have much to say. Okay. So you're both trying to play it cool, huh? Could you just not? We already saw how gross the two of you feel for each other. Come on. This piece of hair is driving me nuts. What this is telling me is that the truth is this could still go one of two ways, but only because you both... Oh, I love this. The two of you are not going to try to own each other. And at the same time, you're going to look at each other and be like, you're mine. And you're going to know. But it's not going to be out of... It's going to be by mutual choice and commitment and loyalty. and love. It's not going to be out of like, again, possession or oppression or jealousy or any of those things. Insecurity. There's always going to be a choice here because the two of you are very strong-willed and you're very independent and certain of yourselves. And I do feel like you both have enough self-respect and self-love ultimately that you would walk away from something that was toxic or that didn't feel good for you, even if like this turned into that at some point, which I don't see it doing. But I feel like the two of you, you would do the right thing for yourselves at the end of the day. And you wouldn't want to hurt each other, but you would take care of yourself, and you should. That's healthy. That's not being codependent, right? But there's also something about, there's very much a choice to speak up and put yourself into this intimate, vulnerable place. And that choice has to be made. And I don't feel like that choice has been made yet. I feel like there's something that hasn't been said. There's a lot, actually, I feel like that hasn't been said, that needs to be said. But it's a choice. There may be some grievances, some disappointment that you want to speak on, just to get on the same page so that you better understand each other. Again, it's not about bringing up the past. I feel like it's definitely not about bringing up the past. And you want to be careful not to do that, to bring up the past in like a way that could bring any disappointment or toxicity up, or any, I don't know, unnecessary drama or anxiety or just complication that doesn't need to be there. But at the same time, I feel like because there's enough detachment from the past, the two of you can discuss like what didn't work or what was disappointing, and I feel like that would be beneficial. The sky is kind of the limit between you and this person, but you have to, it all is very contingent on how open you make yourselves to each other. That is like the crux of it. The more you devote yourselves to one another and you open yourselves up to this love, the further you'll go. Okay, your advice is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse and the Four of Wands. With this oracle card, depth, energy, supernatural, potency, and crone. I mean, there's a lot of energy between the two of you because you're both very powerful. So when you come together, yeah, it's pretty potent. I feel like the disappointment from the past came from maybe like two very powerful energies coming together and not being disarmed. Or it's like when you meet your equal, there is no like, I'm the leader of this relationship necessarily. It's more just like we are two very powerful beings. We are equal. We equally respect and see each other, and we're just coming together to do life together. One person is not trying to dominate the other. One person is not trying to gain the power position, right? Or else it doesn't work because the two of you are equal. So unless you're equally sharing that power and that energy and you're a team in that way, you're not going to be able to move forwards very well together without one person either feeling too like oppressed or limited, like they're not able to be the full power and shine of who they are. Eight of Pentacles in reverse, Four of Wands. I mean, it's not about, like, there will still be work that needs to be done on a connection. There always is, but this isn't meant to be hard. It's really not. It's meant to feel so light and joyful and supportive, honestly, and equal. Like balance keeps coming out. Even both of these cards, the Four of Wands is the 11-11 card, and the Eight of Pentacles, here the way that they're lined up, equally and balanced. Yeah. This connection is meant to teach you both so much. And it's not just surface level shit that you're going to learn. Oh, no, no, no. This is a spiritual ass connection. Deeply energetic. You two might be very magician-y types, especially when you come together. That power could even amplify, so you might manifest a lot together. Just the depth of energy and wisdom and like supernatural knowing alone between the two of you is like, it's pretty big. It's usually like that with just a Scorpio. So yeah, I feel like you've met your match here, Scorp, in the best way possible with this one. It looks good. You still have a choice though. So do it in the name of love. Do it because you know what this is and you know what it could be, what it already is, really, you know. There's nothing to be afraid of, and if you are afraid and you don't open up all the way, you're going to regret it. And then you'll beat yourself up over it, and you just don't need to do that. Because you know that you're the most beautiful when you're the most open. You just have to know that it's the right person. But I think you do. Because what you give is a lot. It's not meant to be taken lightly, and it's not for everyone. It's good that you think through it, that you take your time, and that you make sure you're giving it to the right person. And I think you did. And you know. And I think this person also did, and they also know. So move forwards with your mutual knowing. All right, Scorpio. I love you. You know I do. We're moving on to Sagittarius. All right, I love that. That felt so tender, but also so grounded at the same time. It feels nice. It does. Okay. Sagittarius. Let's see. What is shaken for my Sagittarians? Is it doing this again? Is it getting glitchy? Someone literally just say glitch in the chat if it does get to a point where everything is interrupted, like the message is not able to come through. Because just let me know, okay? Because I cannot see both screens fully, so I can't. It's hard for me to see when your guys' is glitching. Night, beloved. I love you, baby. Have a great night. Okay. Sagittarius. What does Sag need to know? Let's clear the energy. Okay. Sagittarius. Shawna, what's up, babes? Thank you. There's noise outside. Much noise. Okay. A little bit aggressive. Whoa. Whoa. What is this? This is a lot. This feels like a little bit of a different vibe. Let me push the couch back. I need more space for my legs. Yeah. When has a Sagittarius ever been known to be aggressive? I'm shocked and appalled at this. I'm just kidding, my little Sagittarius. I heard that. Someone called them that on Violetta's channel, and I was like, that is hilarious. All right. I say that with no seriousness attached to that. Hopefully you know. All right. So just give me a second to zone in on what's happening here, because I got to change lanes because Scorpio's energy was all soft and tender, and yours is not as much. So just give me a second. Okay, let me also grab some oracle cards to clarify. what your crazy ass is up to. Okay, I want to know, yeah, tell me about the truth, the ultimate truth here. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think this will be for all of you, specifically. I'll just wait to speak until after I timestamp. Do you want to clarify anything else, or is this good enough? Okay. Let me see here. Hello, Sagittarius. How are you doing on this fine evening? I hope you're doing so well. Okay, let's take a look at this. What's going on here between you and your person? I'm gonna lean down a little bit, so I'm gonna move this down. Okay. Okay, so your truth, and keep in mind this could be reversed, so take it like that. Entire nations. Yes, I do. So I mean, I could. I've never tried it. There's a mutual understanding here, Sagittarius, between you and this person, and I need to dive into it more. And honestly, this looks a little bit messy. Not saying that that's bad, but first of all, everything's in reverse. So there's something about a blocked energy, or there's been stagnancy. And I also don't think that this is going to be... Oh, right, I forgot you guys are a Sagittarius. That makes so much sense. Oh, Lord, I love you guys, but does that ever make sense? You've either felt like you are banging your head against the same wall for like long enough to piss you off, I would say, or you just feel like there's been no movement and something has just felt very stagnant. Now, whether that is emotionally, mentally, like you haven't been able to change your perspective on something, or whether it's in the physical, I feel like a lot of it has been mental, though. There is a common energy between you and this person of, regrets. Regrets are had. Decisions have been made, and I should have played it cooler. Because this landed, and it's like connecting the two of you like this. Hold on. It's like this on the table. Between your truths here, you and this person. And your truth is coming through as the Ten of Swords in reverse. Your person's truth is coming through as the Ace of Swords in reverse. So a non-truthy truth? I'm not sure. Their truth might just be downright incorrect or deceptive. Let's clarify. Okay? You're letting something go. You are. The Ten of Swords in reverse. This is not bad, obviously. you could be realizing that you overdid it a little bit. I don't know. It's coming through as like I should have played it cooler, as in like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said all that, or maybe I could have left that part out, or you know, it's like you had a choice for some of you, and you made a decision that may have hurt someone who's maybe just a little more sensitive than you. I don't even think that you were trying to, but I feel like you did make a choice caused by this. I also feel like that could be true for the person you're dealing with as well. But one way or another, I feel like you're like, let's bury the fucking hatchet and move forwards. It's giving that vibe. You're ready to release it. You're ready to just let it go. It's kind of giving like, now I'm over it. That energy. Like, I was pissed about it until I wasn't, and now I'm just simply over it because I've just lost interest in being upset about it. Ugh. There has been some sort of disappointment. I think someone felt very, very disappointed and possibly rejected by you at one point in time. It's like they feel as though they received either you or this person. I kind of feel like it's both of you, though, at certain points in this connection have felt like you received less than stellar news from the other person that put you in a feeling of like being bummed out a little bit. Feeling the connection, but feeling disconnected from it or from each other. And it's just like getting bad news is kind of the energy that's coming up. Like, you tried to approach each other, but it was not the optimal timing or something, and then, or not the right communication style. I don't know. It's like things just haven't really meshed. I just feel like you are like, I'm over that. Whatever it is. Whether you were hurt or whether you accidentally hurt somebody else. I feel like you're just trying to let it go and leave it in the past. But you do have this awareness of like, I could have played it cooler, or I could have done something a little different there. Your person, their truth, being the Ace of Swords in reverse. What is this? The Six of Swords in reverse. There's something they can't get past. Yeah, and there is an illusion that they're still seeing, because this together is 7 swords. I think that they feel like things are like really, really, truly over and done between the two of you. Like, they have this feeling that you've walked away and that you have no desire to build with them. This person feels pretty rejected, or they have felt pretty rejected, but I don't feel like that's necessarily true. I feel like maybe you handled something in a way that, again, it was like kind of looking out for yourself or your independence, and maybe not, I don't know, maybe this person left feeling like their feelings are not reciprocated with you. Yeah. The Page of Cups in reverse, the Six of Coins in reverse. This person feels like this is unrequited. They feel like you're not into them. I feel like this is an illusion, though, because, again, their truth came out as the Ace of Swords in reverse, which is literally not a truth, something that is not true. So it's like the truth they're currently holding is an illusion. And it's preventing them from moving forwards a little bit. Okay. The truth between the two of you, the ultimate truth, is the Ten of Coins in reverse. And this oracle card, which says, I am under no obligation to make sense to you. Yeah. That's where the Seven of Swords is coming from. Okay. Okay. Sag. No. Okay. Now listen, Sag. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I'm just gonna say it. You can take my head off in the comments if you feel like it. But it's very clear where this person's confusion stemmed from. And I feel like you have this energy, which I love, and I personally have some of this energy myself, where it's just like this, strong, heavy. I personally don't give a fuck if you don't understand what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. I don't need to explain myself to anyone. You know, it's that very free-spirited, seize the day, I'm under no obligation to make sense to you, which is true. It's true, okay? And no one's fighting you on that. And I believe that it's actually quite important to hold on to that, to be honest, because I think a lot of people care way too much what people think about them, and I don't think that's healthy. However, you're working with someone who's a little bit sensitive, and you might not be super used to that, but this person has some sort of good reason, I feel like, for thinking that you're not really invested in them. And I don't know what that is, but I feel like it has something to do with you maybe pushing them away at some point with this attitude. And they were confused by it, but not because they were trying to like make it an obligation for you to explain yourself. I feel like they just actually wanted to know what the hell was going on. Because this person is confused and it's kind of fucked with them. And again, I'm not saying that you're at fault for this. I'm not saying that there is any fault in this. I'm just saying you and this person are kind of different in this way. And it would benefit you, if you care about this person, to try to make a little more sense to them, but not because you feel obligated, because you care. Because the thing is, I feel like if you continue with this, very like, it's going to be destructive to this particular connection. You're not going to be able to build with this person with that attitude. At least not expressed in that way. It will just manifest a lot of unnecessary confusion between you and this person. Because this is someone that they're not seeking to control you through making you make sense and explain your every action. But like the things that they do have questions about, they don't want to be confused all the time so that they're overthinking and overfeeling and just not playing it cool. Because I feel like this person, they have regrets about not playing it cool with you. But I think it's because they were genuinely really fucking confused. And so then they may have acted really emotionally, really irrationally, out of a place of fear. They could have acted clingy. They could have acted insecure. And so it comes back to that, right? It's like, no, you don't have to make sense to anyone. And if you feel like this is an obligation, or it feels heavy, or like something that would just feel like, I don't know, then it's not for you. And you know that, right? If it feels like something that just holds you down and it's heavy and you have to always explain yourself and you don't want to, then this is not for you. But if you do want it, then I feel like a change in your attitude or your like approach to it, just like ever so slightly, to bring this person out of a space of confusion a little bit, can open up quite a bit of abundance. I mean, there's quite a bit of potential between you and this person in like a tangible way, a practical way. The two of you could work, but that would need to be adjusted a little bit. Just so that this person has some confidence. It's like there's something about the way you express yourselves, maybe your love languages, I'm not sure, but something that makes a lot of sense to you about yourself is confusing to this person. And I feel like once they have clarity, they'll be fine. They just don't have clarity right now and they're feeling a little dicey. So, yes. Your advice is the Ace of Cups in reverse. Okay, what is this? Ace of Cups in reverse. What is the advice? Why is the Ace of Cups in reverse the advice? Let's see. Five of Wands in reverse, the Queen of Wands in reverse, the Queen of Coins in reverse, the King of Wands, the Two of Cups in reverse. What is this? Okay. God, Spirit is just making me like, where it's like, and now you're gonna come for their throats. Oh, good. Can I bleed them? Bet. All right, so I guess we're about to bleed them. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But I am gonna talk to you like I have a Sag Mercury for just one real hot second here. Okay? So, how do I say this? Five of Wands in reverse, Queen of Wands in reverse, Queen of Coins in reverse. You're undermining yourself with this attitude here. And again, don't take this message if it's not for you. Reverse the roles if you have to. You don't need to get offended if it's not for you. That's cool. Just watch your other placements, that kind of thing. But I feel like this is being brought up because you actually do care about this connection. And this is something that would need to have awareness shone on it, or it would need to shift a little bit to make this work. Okay, so there is actually a place that this is stemming from that is an insecurity within you. And it's not the truth that you're under no obligation to make sense to anyone, because that's just a truth, and it's very neutral, right? This is just a neutral understanding that you have. But it's not neutral the second that you feel like you really have to prove it. Then it becomes like defensive and a little bit aggressive and a little bit like a chip on your shoulder. Like at one point in time, someone did try to control you by making you explain yourself to them or something, and you kind of got in that, fuck you, I'm never doing that energy or something like this. It's something like that, okay? And it's blocking you from love a little bit. Because it's essentially you're creating some like conflict that is not, it's not necessary at all. Like it's really, it would not be here whatsoever if this sort of slight defensiveness was dropped. I think that there's something with you feeling like you need to feel free and you need to feel capable independently. So there's a lot about you that you're showing me about like your independence. And if those two things are taken from you, it's a no-go. But the thing is, you automatically like projecting onto the situation or any situation, like this attitude of needing to protect your freedom and needing to protect your capability and whatever, is assuming that someone wants to take that from you. And I don't think that everyone does. Some people just want to understand how you work better so that they can even respect your boundaries. If someone loves you, then they'll want to get to know you, not so they can cross your boundaries, which I think is what someone did in the past, but so that they can honor them. You know what I mean? So try not to create like this fight where it doesn't need to be there, because I don't feel like this person wants to dominate you. I don't feel like they want to chain you down. I don't feel like that at all. I just feel like they want to understand so that they're not in a space of mental unease. Because they feel like you walked away and you don't care. And I don't think they expect you to come back towards them whatsoever, to be honest. But I feel like, again, they're pointing out that the only way is like, unless you enter this from a fully empowered place within yourself, not needing to prove yourself or whatever, there won't be, it's like love won't really be able to flourish here. Because there needs to be some sort of cooperation so that I don't know. There has to be teamwork. There has to be this approach where you're moving forwards and you know that you're not being stifled or limited because you're with the right person. And that is only if you feel like this person is the right person, right? If they're not, then Spirit probably just wanted you to know about how this attitude or your approach could be affecting things that might be coming in the future. But yeah, if it's not your person, then don't worry about that, obviously, at least in regards to them. Okay, that's what I get for you. So we're going to move on to Capricorn. It kind of looks good, though. It just looks like there's maybe been some miscommunication or misunderstandings that need to be cleared up slightly. Ease someone's mind. Be gentle with them. They look like they're a little... They need to be eased into you. Or just... That's not even it. Again, it's not that they need you to be less of who you are. It's just that they are very different from what you are, is what I'm getting. So just as like free-spirited and adventurous and expansive as you might be, they might be very emotional, intuitive, and inwardly expansive. Where you push your energy out, they maybe push that to explore their inside landscape. And so I think you guys could still work well together, but you just need to kind of like feel each other out. This is how I work. Oh, that's how you work. So there can be like this dynamic that feels natural. Because there are some differences between the two of you. They're not make or break it. They're just, they exist, you know? Okay. Capricorn. Moving on to Capricorn. I want to turn off some of the lights in here. It's freaking hot as a mother effer. Which one is giving me the most light? I can't turn off. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn off some lights here. I'm going to try doing this. Turn this one off too. It's better. Better, Luna? Okay. All right, Capricorns. Is it a little darker? It's okay. You can still see me, right? Okay. What's going on for Capricorn? Now I feel like we're shifting gears a lot with the energies near the end here, so just bear with me. Navigate these waters together. What does Capricorn need to know about this person and their truths? Okay. Interesting. Person that Sag was dealing with could have Capricorn strongly in their chart, or maybe you have both Sag and Cap in your chart for some of you, because there's a little bit of commonality here. It's a little bit different of a vibe, but it's similar. Let's see. Clarify here. This. Hi, babes. You're back. Okay. Well, that makes sense. What's up? All right, Cappy. Timestamp you. Hey, Capricorn. All right. My goats, my baddies, how are you doing? I hope that you're doing well. So, let's take a look at your truth and this person's truth, and then the objective truth as close as we can get to it, and what Spirit recommends for you. I feel like there does need to be some like illumination between the two of you. Something does need to, some sort of illusion is definitely currently present within this connection. And it's interesting because I'm kind of feeling like there will always be, there's something about this connection where there will always be an element that feels very mysterious and unknown to you. To both of you, I feel like. It's because there's something deep and there's something maybe spiritual about this connection, but there's also something romantic about it, intuitive. And the nature of romance is uncertainty, right? So it's like what makes something romantic is not knowing everything. As soon as you have like the whole schedule planned and everything, it's like it's practical, but it's not necessarily romantic anymore. So there's a balance to that needs to be struck, and I feel like this connection has that element. It has that like je ne sais quoi, which I like for you. A little more magic in your life will not hurt you, you know, because you work really hard and you deserve that other side of things as well. So your truth is the Eight of Swords. Keep in mind this can be reversed as well, so just take it how it resonates for you. But there is someone who is a little bit afraid here, and I feel like it is something surrounding emotions. Potentially the depth of their emotions or their capacity that they know they have to feel. Or maybe what they know they already feel could be scaring them, scaring you, if this is you. I feel like you're closing out somewhat of a cycle of imbalance, and it was being thrown off by something because you had to let go of something, is what I'm seeing for this first person. I'm going to talk to it like it's you. I'm going to talk to you like you're the first person. So, yeah, there's a fear a little bit, and it's not because of something that was necessarily out of your control. It's like you did have to release something. It did cause a bit of an emotional imbalance, which now I feel like makes you either afraid or just extra cautious about opening the full extent of yourself up again because you experienced that, you know? This person's truth is the sun. Okay, go off. It's kind of beautiful. This one especially. I love this card. There's something that feels very trippy, very intoxicating about your connection with this person. Otherworldly, maybe even. You could feel like this person kind of melts your face off, not in like a I just did way too much cocaine kind of way, but in this that, I don't know, I'm hearing they see inside of you, they see into you in a way that feels very trippy to you. It feels very surreal. You almost don't know if you can trust it, but then I feel like they prove that you can, maybe without even knowing that they're proving it. Like they could say something that is exactly how you're feeling inside, and they could have had no way of knowing, and you're just like, holy fuck, this is terrifying. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. You look at this person like a muse. You look at this person like a bit of a drug. Or they look at you this way, depending. Tell me more about the sun here. This person is very clear. Death in reverse. It's not over. They feel like there's been a period of healing that has happened or that has needed to take place. Maybe they feel like they have a very clear read on the situation, and they feel like they will know when things are balanced. This person is very intuitive, and they're also very just self-aware and conscious with the sun there. But this is like the sun plus Scorpio energy is like, this person sees things, if you know what I'm saying. Like their third eye is wide the fuck open, and they're very intelligent and also very intuitive. And even if you can imagine this, I feel like this person sees and knows a lot more than even you know that they do. And I feel like you know that they see a lot based on what they see in you, like I said. This person, but they could feel like they see clearly, and they know that some healing or some sort of shift needed to take place to balance things out or to reinstill hope in a situation. Maybe this person could feel as though that transformation isn't yet complete. But this is just their truth, so that may or may not be correct. But they feel like they have a read on this, and like they are in the sun energy and everything is clear. And again, that's their truth. I'm hearing that song though, that's like, I'm seeing the star at the bottom of the deck, and I'm hearing that song, blinded by the light. I'm hearing that blinded by the light song, and then the ultimate truth between the two of you is the Ace of Swords in reverse with this card. Like, this is very trippy. This is giving the same vibe as this. Everything is melting. What is reality? It's like there's mushrooms. There's some sort of pill on her tongue. Her third eye is open. There's palmistry. There's like astrology. It's like, this is, you're walking the line of like, for sure, what is real. There's the breaking out of some cognitive boundary here that needs to happen, though, because with the Ace of Swords in reverse, it's interesting. It's telling me like I said before, there is definitely an element about this connection that it's like you have to experience it to know the truth of it. You can't, it's not something you've ever experienced before, and it's not something that you can witness and like learn from how to do it. It's there's something very different about this, and it's got this trippy vibe to it. I feel like this connection could be very healing for the two of you, but there has to be an understanding that like you're going on an adventure together, and it's going to be an adventure. Something will become unlocked in you both. And you can never assume that you know the ultimate truth about, and that's not that what you know is not true about this connection. That's not what I'm saying, but it will always be like, there will always be a piece that you don't have, and that's not in a bad way. It's meant to keep you guys building and growing together so that you don't get stagnant or bored. There's something about that. Maybe you're both very strong-willed and like people who are committed to self-improvement. And so you need that element within the connection where you're challenging each other to grow. You're not just getting comfortable together. and not being your best selves, right? And as a Capricorn, I could see you definitely valuing that, right? You want someone, not someone that's going to feel like a drill sergeant, but someone that's going to build with you. Someone who's not lazy, someone who will put the work in to get to know you and will learn new things with you and better themselves and grow with you. That's important to you. And it should be. So it's like you just can't assume that. You just have to know that about this connection. You can't assume to know everything about it, because it's unlike something you've ever experienced, and there's something that has to be, it's like it has to unfold. What is this? Clarify that a little bit. The Knight of Swords, yeah. And the Ace of Wands. It's an exploration, an adventure that needs to be courageously and like curiously approached with this fire and this like will. This almost like excitement and anticipation. But it's not something that will ever be able to be fully like, I don't know, this would be a connection that you would find it hard to put down on paper, and not because it's not valuable on paper, just because there's lots of elements that you have to feel or experience to kind of understand or know. There's something that's coming through like that. It's interesting. It's hard to pin down, but maybe that's just because it is so expansive in nature. So your advice is the King of Wands, and then this card that says, old ways won't open new doors. What's up, Vanessa? So again, there's something that requires you to be very, you could have a connection to the Sag reading, because I think this came up as part of their message too. But it's like you need to be your most empowered self, or this connection will push you to be. And it's going to, obviously you'll have your moments where no one is their most empowered self 100% of the time. But what it's saying is that right off the bat, this is already something very different from what you've ever experienced before. So it's already pushing you, and that element will always be there. It's almost like a natural, it's kind of like a chemistry experiment or something. It's like the two energies, you two coming together, you are naturally reacting to one another and creating expansion independently and as a whole, I feel. He's so cute. Her little face. Squishy face. Stinky whiskey face. So yeah, all of the ridiculous names that I call Luna that are not her name. Yes. Whiskey head. But that's what I'm getting for you, Capricorn, and I like it. But yeah, it's something different. It's something different altogether. And I feel like not just from what you've experienced, but like from what most people experience. Something about this just feels very next level, otherworldly, once in a lifetime. I don't even know. But there's something about it for sure. And it will keep you growing, but not in a way that feels like oppressive, heavy, or like the grind. It's more just, like I said before, a natural reaction that you have to one another. I like it. I think it's good. I think it's probably a really good fit for you. Okay. We're moving on to Aquarius. Aquarius. Let's see. I want to make tea. I will wait until I'm done, though, I think. I only got 2 sides left. Aquarius. Babies. Did I hear a firework? Did I? I want to know. like they might go off at like 11. I don't know. I don't think that they would wait until 12. I'm not sure, though. They might be wild. Might be living it up. Let's see. Aquarius, Aquarius. So what's going on, honey? What is happening for you? My sweet little alien babies, my little starseed angels. A lot of my best friends over the years have been Aquarians. And we're not supposed to have favorites, but like you guys are, you know, I love you. All right. It might be because I'm an Aqua Mercury too. Like I express myself sometimes. Like you. It's Canada Day, Vanessa. But it's also the kickoff to the Calgary Stampede, which will be going for the next like almost 2 weeks, or like just over a, well, it's usually like 11 days, I feel like. So, yeah. All right, Aquarius, let's cleanse out and ground the energy. All right, good. Aquarius. What do you want Aquarius to know about their connection? Okay. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Let's get you some oracle cards. Drink more water. It's getting hot. Is this volume super high? It is warm. Okay, what do I want to clarify here? For some reason I want to see, clarify this, advice. All right. One more card. happening here? Let me just sink into this a little bit for a second here. There seems to be a lot going on. There's a lot of movement, and there's simultaneously a lot of unknown. And I feel like, well, let me timestamp this for you. All right, what's up, Aqua? So, there's a lot going on. I want to remind you to ground at this time and to also take care of your physical body, which is kind of the same thing, but a little bit different. Grounding is like one way of taking care of your physical body, but just make sure you're watching your sleep schedule, you're taking care of your basic needs. I don't know why that's coming up right now, but it is a little bit. So you could be feeling slightly overwhelmed by either this situation or just a situation, something that's going on. Okay, but take care of yourselves, okay? Because it's going to help you feel more empowered and understand what's going on in this situation as well. Okay, so your truth. And keep in mind, this could be reversed, okay? So if this sounds like your person, then just take it that way. So you have the Queen of Swords in reverse. And then you also have this oracle card which says destruction, risk, stillness, vision, and path. Well, I feel like you have a plan to, it's almost create clarity through breaking something down in some sort of way. And it's like you're aware that whatever this is a risk. It's almost coming through as like, this may not work, but I don't have a better plan, so I'm gonna do it. There's something that you feel like you need to know in order to release a fear or an anxiety that you have about this connection and this person specifically, I feel like. So I feel like you're doing something, you're taking some sort of risk that you're aware could put you out in the cold. In fact, maybe you're kind of expecting that. It's weird. This risk could be you, like, cutting this person out, even. I don't know how you feel like that is going to be what releases the fear you have. Maybe it's just like, well, I'm just going to remove myself from this situation altogether. Can you give me more clarity on that? Why is Aqua's truth the Queen of Swords in reverse? I don't know. You're kind of playing hard and fast here, but it's with something that matters. It's with your vision and your own path. So just be aware that I do feel like there is some stillness and like quiet and maybe meditation or just grounding, stillness, like quieting the noise around you, the energy around you, so that you can make this move, and one that you're not going to regret or just feel really like, I feel like there's a decision that you're making not from a place of like having peace of mind or seeing clearly, at least not completely. And for that reason, it's almost like it's coming off as like a risky or a bit of an erratic action, either that you're already taking or that you're planning on taking. And for some reason, I feel like it has to do with like ending things very severely with this person, because it's the World, which is Saturnian energy, which is your ruler. And then there's the Queen of Swords in reverse, which is about cutting something out. It's about severing something, and sometimes being really like clear cut, direct, or even like cold and hurtful doing it. There's a quote that's coming to mind that is just like, never cut what you can untie. So there's something about that. There's something like certain things you can unravel your way out of them. You can untie them. You don't have to like machete or dagger to the the Ace of Swords. Dagger to the heart, either yourself or anyone else, okay? And I feel like there's a way of peacefully resolving something that maybe you're not completely seeing, because there's a lot, it's like you're not seeing a peaceful way forwards. I don't know why, but you're like, this must be war. It must be war. I don't know why, but there's a lot about the situation that is unseen. Because the ultimate truth, I'm skipping forwards a little bit, but the ultimate truth is the moon. And the Six of Swords in reverse just came out for you. It's like you're about to take this action, or you already are, that involves, I feel like, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, or like putting something in the past because you can't see a way forwards. But I feel like there's something that if you approached it a little bit softer, yeah, it's like the wheel would naturally turn in your favor. You're not, it's almost like you're not meant to know everything about the situation, but I feel like you're taking that as like a sign that it's not good for you, or that it's too stressful. This is a very Aquarian reading. But it's like ultimately there are some things that you can never fully know, at least not at the offset, and especially like a person or a relationship, right? But you guys really love your contingency plans, and sometimes when you can't like see the way that something is laid out ahead of you, like every step till the end, because you do run this risk assessment. You and Virgo very much are like the risk assessment runners of the zodiac. And sometimes you place something in the really risky or destructive zone just because you can't see every part of it clearly. And that's when you need to be reminded, I feel like, that sometimes things are meant to be approached with curiosity, because this is how you become more intelligent than you already are with beginner brain, right? Sometimes you have to be like, you have to look at something and be like, I admit I don't know what the hell I'm doing, or I admit I don't know everything about this, but I'm still going to do it anyways because I'm going to gain experience, and therefore I'm going to gain knowledge and wisdom and truth, which is what you want, right? So in that case, then some risky things are actually worth moving towards because they're actually going to benefit you, but you just need to look at them that way. Okay. I know you're very fixed. I know. It's okay. So your person's truth. Your person's truth is the Knight of Wands in reverse. Okay, well, what is this? They might see you as not really knowing what you want. They might see you as having quite a bit of feelings for them, but moving a little bit erratically. Maybe you've been torn between like the feelings you know you have for someone, but then feeling freaked out by what you don't know. And it's come off maybe a little bit like what do I expect next from Aquarius? Like, I'm not really sure how they're going to come at me. It could have just been, it could have come through as slightly inconsistent. And I don't think you did that on purpose. And I don't think that I'm not like faulting you for this. I'm just letting you know how they kind of are perceiving things. The Two of Wands, they knew that you hadn't made up a decision yet. The Two of Cups in reverse. I feel like this person kind of has assumed that that you're not taking action on this. And again, you might not be, because the Queen of Swords and the World, they kind of speak for themselves. It's like you're invested in like closing or severing something off, whether it's this or something else. You've been invested in severing off something that feels too destructive or too much like a risk to align with what you perceive your path to be. So if that is true and you're listening to me and you're like, yeah, but all of that is true and still rings true, and this person takes me off my path and they are destructive, then this isn't your reading. And just stick to that, because your intuition knows best. But with this person, I feel like it's more so something that there's a lot unknown and mysterious, and it makes you uncomfortable, but it could also teach you a lot about yourself if it's healthy. But yeah, they feel like a lot has been up in the air, right? The Two of Wands, you've been at a crossroads where anything is possible, like new life is possible. But with the Two of Cups in reverse, this person, they do feel as though you have quite a deep connection. But they've definitely felt a disconnect or like a chasm between the two of you. And I think that this is someone that they might have significant earth placements in their chart or significant fixed energy in their chart, but they are someone that very much values consistency. And I think that they're not necessarily mad at you, but they are equating your inconsistency with not being, with like disinterest, or with you for sure being done, is what I'm seeing. They still feel feelings for you. They still feel you feel feelings for them, but they're equating it as like, this is not happening. Or there's a lot of distance currently between the two of us that would need to be tackled and overcome. Okay. So the moon, let's clarify that. That is the overall objective truth. So let's see what else is here with that. The Magician in reverse with the Nine of Swords. The longer that this particular situation stays in a state of limbo, the Lovers in reverse, the Ten of Wands. The Six of Wands just flipped out upright and then flipped into the reverse. The Devil. Okay. There's something here about this that's pretty important for you, Aquarius. There is a deep connection here. The Two of Cups, the Lovers, they both came out. There's something significant here, and it's deep. You won't be able to understand it, but that doesn't mean that you can't be successful and honor it if you want it, okay? But I feel like you don't want to wait or leave this in limbo, because the thing about this connection is, specifically, the more inconsistent you are with it, either of you, I feel like, and the more that it is left in limbo, it's like it's left to its own devices. And the two of you, it's like the space between you creates a heaviness that doesn't need to be there. It could be, you could put that heaviness at ease. And I feel like you would see that there is a lot of love here. It's just that maybe you're both overthinking it. Maybe you're both stressing and assuming the worst. But it's like the more time you spend in your head, the least likely this is to manifest. The Magician in reverse. And it's because what's being focused on is like fears and paranoia and insecurity and doubt and like the what if. And it's being very blown up in the mental headspace, to the point that your fear is overwhelming your dream of this. If you do have a dream or a hope for this, it's like that's being washed away by the energies of the Nine of Swords and the Moon. And this is very much coming through as like, there just needs to be a decision made, a clear decision made and communicated. Okay. Otherwise, the truth of this is that if it stays in limbo, it is going to be a source of anxiety, and it won't manifest. Okay. So if you are decided that you want to walk away and this isn't for you, you don't really need to worry about this. Just have, I would say, like a clean, clear cut or untying, so that there's not a whole bunch of questions left. I feel like whatever way you're going, whether you're moving towards this person or away from them, just make it clear. Create some sort of closure, both for yourself and them, if that's what you want. And if it's not what you want, then some sort of move needs to be made. Okay? Your advice. Your advice is the Page of Cups in reverse. The Page of Cups in reverse. With this oracle card, which says, your perception of me is a reflection of you. My reaction to you is an awareness of me. Okay. There's something here about not being able to presume or assume that you know and understand this person, that you know and understand and have everything pinned down, like, oh, this is why they do what they do, this is how they think, this is how they feel, how they act. No. You cannot assume any of that. Something about this person, they could be a Pisces, the moon, and the Page of Cups. You don't understand something about this person. And it's not because you're stupid or anything like that. It's just because they're very different from you. You could learn this person, but you'd have to have this openness with them, right? So just don't assume. But what you can assume is that you know yourself. And that's important. So there's something coming through about not taking this person for granted or taking your understanding of them for granted. There's a softness to them that is it's interesting. They might see a softness in you that they reflect back to you that you don't often see in yourself. And I think it's beautiful. But the main reason why you're not supposed to assume that you understand this person is because they can teach you a lot. They can show you a lot. It's less teaching you. It's more like you could learn a lot about yourself from this person because of the way that they see you and reflect you back to you. And it's meant to be a gift. But if you assume that you know everything, you'll miss it. And if you're careless or destructive with this, you might miss the opportunity as well. So again, if it's not one that you want, then that's okay. But what you do know and have power over is your reaction to them, to who they are. You don't know who they are, but they can show you, and your awareness of yourself and your deep knowing of yourself and confidence in yourself. I hear the fireworks. Your reaction to them is completely in your control, and you can make this as beautiful as you want, I feel like. Or you can walk away. It's up to you. But that's what I'm seeing, okay? That's what I'm seeing. All right. Love you, Aqua. We're moving on to Pisces. Pisces. My neck is itchy. Why? It's random. Do you guys hear those? They're not overly loud. I'm expecting them to be louder. Okay. We're going into Pisces. Where are my fellow fish at? My angelfish, my piranhas, depending on the day you catch us on. 2 fish, remember. One of them is a great white shark, and one of them is an angelfish. Let's see. Channeling that song that's like, how does it go? It's like, I can be your curse or your, I think it says angel. It's all in how you love me. I feel like that is a Pisces thing. I can be your I can be your curse or like your heaven. And it's all going to depend on how well you know how to love. Oh God. Pisces. Okay. Last sign, but never the least. People out there with their tits out, just living it up. hear yelling, dogs barking, shenanigans. Okay, Pisces, Pisces. What does Pisces need to know? What truths do they need to know about this situation that they are inquiring about? Okay, as per usual, I'm receiving messages already for you, so just let me timestamp and pull some of them through while I shuffle. Okay, Pisces. I feel like for some of you, this is, I haven't even shuffled your cards out yet, but I'm just receiving messages already, so I'm gonna just start talking to you. For some of you, you're involved in something now, or you're interested in someone now, but the message is coming through that this is not about them. This, for some of you, and only take this if it resonates with you, and with the message, whatever the message ends up being. For some of you, this is someone from your past. However, Spirit wants you to know the truth of this situation because there's been some emotional instability that's caused you to be too in your head in a self-defeatist kind of way. Perhaps you're doing shadow work right now so that you can be more open to love, but there's something here about that. Damn it. Something here about that. It's like you might need to know about this. Yeah, because the confusion, the emotional confusion is creating some inner conflict that's making it difficult for you to move forwards the way you want to, I feel like. And with maybe the certainty and the confidence that you want to have. And that can be alleviated, and I feel like you'll have a lot more ambition surrounding this. Okay, let's see. Okay. This is someone from the past. Oh. The plot thickens. Okay, well, this person could be, they could be coming back. They could be returning. And that's part of why Spirit really wants you to have a clear perspective on what they are and what they aren't. So let me just get some oracle cards and then we'll get into this. That makes a lot of sense. You're starting out on a new journey with potentially just on your own or potentially with someone new in mind. And this person is picking up on that. They're either seeing it or they're picking up on it energetically, and they're like, now is the time to come back to life. Rise like Lazarus to make Pisces' life hell. And it's like, no. Could you not? Could you not? Clarify the advice here for Pisces. Why does this always happen to us? Okay. I see how this is affecting you. Okay, yeah, this is an important message. Let's see. Clarify that ultimate truth as well. Okay. Yeah, this is very clear. It's very clear. The way that the messages started coming through so early, though, too, this could be happening quite, like, quickly. This could be happening rapidly, or there's a reason why you need to know this right now. And that's why Spirit is butting in this reading to tell you about this person instead of the person that you're probably interested in, instead of the new opportunity that you're interested in. It's because you're unlearning something now that this person and the heartbreak that they caused you, it's like it planted something. It might have been a way of thinking, it might have been a doubt, but whatever it is, it's ready to be rooted out. And I feel like this person can go truck themselves. But let's just see what's going on. All right, the Three of Wands is your truth, the journey. The Three of Wands, the journey. You are on to a beautiful adventure. You are on your way. Yeah, look at where you're headed. You are walking in this direction, and it's a beautiful direction. The Ten of fucking Cups. Come on. Fulfillment. Okay, so you're just doing your thing over here, and you're very much in your own zone from what I can see. I don't need to clarify that anymore, but I need to look more into this person. My Scorpio is going to come out here with its detectiveness and scope the hell out of this person for you. Because their truth is judgment, reckoning. See this person coming back to life? Dawn of the Dead style? Stay dead. Stay in the ground. But I feel like there's actually something, oh God, this person is like, hey, I never explored that. Suddenly it feels heavy. However, I haven't learned anything. But anyways, here I go back to knock on Pisces' door. Because there might be something more to explore there. Between their thighs, you know, it's like, it's giving that, okay? So, yeah, this person, they don't have any new ideas. They're not coming at you with anything that they haven't come at you with before, okay? You'll know exactly who this person is. This energy feels so familiar. Like, I want to laugh. I feel like you guys are laughing. If this message is for you, you know exactly who this person is. Okay, tell me more about that Judgment card. God. This is someone who the truth is just hitting them. It's just striking them now. And I think it's because they're looking at you doing this, right? And they're like, wait, back when I destroyed Pisces, they weren't that happy and fulfilled. I think there's more. There's more that I could do. There's more that I could experience, you know? Jesus. All right. Could be something it's Plutonian energy. Something is very much being revealed to this person right now. And they could be feeling the urge to come and reveal something to you. You know? Yeah. Oh, God. This is someone that views competition as an adventure, and they like it. It's someone with an ego. They're in their toxic masculinity. It's exactly, well, it's kind of even more basic than I expected it to be, not to, like, be rude about this person, but they're very, like, simple in their approach. There's not a lot to it. You might have projected a lot of depth onto them at one point. I feel like it was your own depth that you were projecting onto this person. But in reality, you're working with pretty much exactly what you see. They're very young. They're very, like, youthful in energy. And they're like, competition is an adventure. Let's go stir some shit up. Let's go create some drama. They're not ascended, or they have not ascended since they were in your direction last time. So however they were is exactly how they're coming back. It's like when they got put in the ground, so to speak, They were preserved in an unfortunate kind of way. This person was preserved. And in that way, I mean, not to say that who they are completely sucks, but no growth happened. No evolution happened. Okay? That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be rude about this person. The ultimate truth about you and this person is the Three of Cups community in reverse. Okay. And then it came out with this oracle card with this girl looking at her phone. And she's got a broken heart. And so even though she's getting all this validation, she still is sad. But it came out in reverse, which is beautiful. Wow. I feel like Source is talking directly to you. That's how the message is coming through me. It's like, just say this directly to Pisces. Pisces, you met this person at a time when you did not know the greatness of who you really are. I feel very emotional all of a sudden. This person really hurt you, and it's almost like because you didn't know yourself, you projected all the beauty that you didn't see in yourself onto someone who was not for you, who was not part of your soul fam, not meant to be in your inner circle, not able to... On a surface level, they comprehended everything that you had to offer, but more because it was like low-hanging fruit. And I hate to fucking say it like that. I'm sorry, but I think that's how it was. But it's because you weren't seeing and respecting and loving yourself. And I think this person served that function, but I think things had to get worse before they got better. I feel like you didn't know yourself, and you wanted this person's love and validation, but what you really wanted was your own love and your own validation, or Source's love and validation. You never needed this person. You might know that you don't need them anymore, but the truth is you never needed this person's validation. Their validation means nothing because they don't see you. They don't see you the way that you didn't see you, which is part of the reason why you attracted them back then. But you are not there anymore. You are not there anymore. You are so far from that place. And you're walking towards something beautiful. And your advice is to not be confused about that and to not really fight the urge that you might have to compare what you're moving into with this person from the past. Because I feel like there's nothing similar about them, even if maybe you got triggered at one point or you compared them naturally in your mind just because you're scared of this happening again. Don't do that. You need to trust yourself. You need to know that because you are in such a different place now, you are attracting something different. You're attracting something that is in alignment with you. You know what you're moving towards, and this is the truth. There doesn't need to be any emotional confusion about it. Make your choice, know your truth, and know your feelings, your heart, and stand by that shit. Because it will not lead you astray. Because again, you know it now. You know yourself. The only reason it quote unquote led you astray, which it didn't even back then, it led you to something that hurt but taught you a necessary lesson that ultimately allowed you to get to where you are now. It served its purpose even though it hurt, but you don't have to go back and relearn it. You don't. You know. And it inadvertently gave you It didn't give you a gift. It gave you the opportunity to give yourself. To give yourself a gift. This is so wholesome. I fucking love it. I feel like you've really done the healing. I just feel it. I feel it. It's Cancer season. Just get over it, okay? I'm a Pisces, and I don't need to say anything else about this situation. But Pisces, you know who you are, you know where you are, you know what you're moving towards, and you don't need to question it or doubt it. Just trust what you know. Because the thing is, whatever you're moving towards, right? Comparing it to this, even if you're only comparing it by being like, what if this person does the same thing that that person did? Or what if they don't seem like that person now, but what if I open myself up to them and I get destroyed again? Or what if I lose my confidence in this person and need their validation again and get stuck in that, like, that unhealthy cycle and that place that does not make me feel empowered and magical and beautiful, right? You won't. You won't. And this person won't. The person you're moving towards. It's the 10 of Cups. But don't, like, dirty their, the image of this new person by projecting the past onto it, because they're not the past and you're not the past. And the future looks bright. Okay, anything else about the advice for Pisces, or is that everything that they need to know? That's it, Pisces. Yeah, you've had some anxiety about it because you know that you're walking towards something that really does feel like home and feels beautiful, and you don't want to be defensive about it. But you can't help but have this nagging thing where maybe you were still wondering if, like, I don't know, if you made a bad choice in the past with this. It's like you still beat yourself up over it, or you still judge yourself very critically about this thing in the past, and then that judgment, that self-judgment, it leaks out sometimes into like minor projections onto other people, and you don't need to, because these people are safe. These people are good. These are people that you've manifested and called towards you from a healthy, sovereign, empowered, self-conscious, self-aware place. And you deserve this love. You deserve all this love. All right? I love you. I love you so much. And I love ending on that note. It's fucking beautiful. My heart. All right. I love you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. This was a pretty long reading, but not as long as they normally go. I hope that the messages resonated with you. If you're new again, thank you for being here. Welcome to our community. Talk in the comments, because we have an awesome community here. They're so kind and supportive. Honestly, they're the best. We also have a Discord group, and it's totally free to join. The link is in the info box. All you have to do is download the app, which is also free. So if you want to join that, we just talk more over there. We sometimes do video calls. I'm going to start doing, I think, like little calls for new and full moons, so that we can just set some intentions together and just check in, see how everyone's experiencing the energy. So if you want to be a part of that community, that extension of this community, I guess, then check that out. But I appreciate you all. I love you. I feel your energy. You're beautiful. I hope that you are having a lovely Cancer season. And I'm going to let you go for now, but I will talk to you again soon, okay? Goodbye, my loves.